We are here. We're going to go ahead and call this meeting in order. Chair recognizes Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir. Call your attention to item number 3 on our special call meeting agenda is a motion to ratify the memorandum of understanding between Aiken Augusta Swim League and Augusta, Georgia.
So moved.
Voting.
Ms. McKnight, thank you. Okay, you can go ahead. That motion carries with Mr. Sias, Mr. Franum, and Mr. Garrett out.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Chair recognizes the Mayor Pro Tem for a point of privilege.
Yes, sir. I know this is Augusta, Georgia, but I worked in Burke County for about 12 years in the school system. Mr. Johnny Jenkins, who was the... Can you hear me now?
Speaking to us, sir, yeah, thank
Can
you.
you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
All right. I worked in Burke County for about 12 years as an administrator. The whole time I was down there, Mr. Johnny Jenkins was the president of the board. In fact, he was president of the board, and it's worth noting, over 40 years president of the board in Burke County. He died last week, and I think it's worthwhile that we send condolences to the Jenkins family for the death of Mr. Johnny Jenkins, board president in Burke County for over 40 years. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Again, our condolences as we share that same heartfelt concern for that community and the family. Chair recognizes Attorney Brown.
Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. We'll request a motion to go into executive session for the discussion of pending or potential litigation, personnel, and real estate.
Mayor Pro
So
Tem.
moved.
Second.
Okay. Voting.
That motion carries with Mr. Sias out, Mr. Franum, and Mr. Garrett.
Okay, I believe we'll retire to 291. Thank you. call this meeting back to order. Chair recognizes Attorney Brown.
Mayor and Commissioners.
Would you speak into your microphone, sir?
Yes, sir.
Thank
Thank you. Mayor Davis and Commissioners will request a motion to execute the closed meeting affidavit.
So moved.
Voting.
Mr. Dennis Williams? He's out. Okay, yeah. That motion carries. With Mr. Dennis Williams out, Mr. Sias, and Mr. Garrett.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Chair recognizes General Counsel for the reading of a motion.
Mayor Davis will request a motion to approve.
Would you speak into the microphone?
Can
Thank
you-
you.
Will request a motion to approve the leasing of 1439 Walton Way, Augusta, Georgia. Lease will be between Augusta, Georgia, and the Greater Augusta Interfaith Coalition, CD, Inc.
Commissioner from the 7th.
So moved.
Voting. Chair recognizes General, I'm sorry.
Wait just
I'm
a
sorry.
moment, sir.
Yep.
Commissioner, would you like to participate, or are you? The lease for interfaith to approve. That motion carries with Mr. Sias and Garrett out.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Chair recognizes General Counsel for the reading of a motion.
Will request a motion, Mayor Davis and Commissioners, to approve an intergovernmental agreement between Augusta, Georgia, and the Development Authority of Augusta, Georgia,
Chair recognizes.
wherein the Development Authority will administer on behalf of Augusta, Georgia, the CDBG-CV funding grants totaling up to $4 million in connection with services of the local community food bank, food pantry, and rural health care.
Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 7th.
So moved.
Voting.
Who was that second?
The
sir?
second from the Commissioner from the 3rd.
From the third?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Bobby Williams, Mayor Pro Tem. All right. You got one more left. You done for the day? That motion carries with Mr. Sias and Garrett out.
Thank you. Chair recognizes General Counsel for the reading of a motion.
Finally today, Mayor Davis, will request a motion to approve an agreement for the State of Georgia Community Development Block Grant COVID-19 Pandemic Recovery, Subrogation Agreement, and Assignment Agreement between Augusta, Georgia, and the Golden Harvest Food Bank, Inc.
Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 6th.
Second.
Voting.
The motion carries. Mr. Sias and Mr. Garrett out.
Madam Clerk, I believe that is all our business for the special call meeting.
Yes, sir. It is.
All right, Ms. Bonner, I'd like to call public services to order. Any additions or deletions to the agenda, Ms. Bonner?
Yes, sir. We have a request from the Planning and Development Department to delete item number 4.
Delete item number 4.
Wait a minute.
Number 4?
Public services. Okay, I think we may have the wrong one. Ms. Walton, what number was that? Number 4? Is that to accept the coronavirus relief? Can you see your minute, Miss?
Sure.
Let me-
It's a grant. Oh, it's the numbers aren't matching? No, they're not. Okay.
This number 5.
Deleting 5.
Item number 5.
Deleting agenda item number 5, committee, and not 4. Okay. All right, Ms. Bonner, the committee would like to consent the following agenda items. Number 2, number 4, number 6, number 7, number 11, number 12, number 13, number 14, number 15, number 16, and number 17.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes,
If I
ma'am.
could, please. And it's okay that they're being consented, however, we would need the
For 5 and
alcohol petitions.
Mhm.
Petitioners, please, to just address the commission with their
Sure.
site and name and location to be in accordance with the ordinance.
Sure.
So,
All right. Who's going to help us?
Ms.
get the-
Walton,
Ms. Walton, if you could come forward, please.
just, she can read them out and acknowledge that they're in attendance.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mayor Davis and Commissioners. We have a new existing, I'm sorry, this is kind of throwing me off with this new agenda. It's a existing business, a request by James Lee Jackson for a wholesale liquor license to be used in connection with Beverage South, Augusta, located at 1815 Wilkerson Road. This application has been approved by the Sheriff's Office and Planning and Development. Do we have any objectors?
And do we need the applicant, Ms. Bonner?
We just need Ms. Walton to acknowledge that the applicant is in attendance.
The applicant
Yeah,
is
he's-
in attendance.
Okay. Thank you.
It's a request by Urshavan Ben Patel for a retail package beer and wine license to be used in connection with In-N-Out Market located at 2311 Windsor Spring Road. This application has been approved by the Sheriff's Office and Planning and Development. Do we have any objectors? The applicant is in chamber.
Okay. Thank you so much. All right, committee, anyone have any questions before we move forward? All right, committee, you've heard the agenda items that we're going to consent. If I can get a motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Got a motion and a second from District 1. Voting, please.
That motion carries with Mr. Sias out.
Okay, Ms. Bonner, agenda item number 1, please.
Item number 1 is the Augusta Convention and Visitors Bureau will provide the Augusta Commission with an update on the planning and status of 2022 International Soul Festival.
Okay. Someone here from the CVB? All right.
Okay.
Let's move it to, yeah, we'll have to call them and move it to the next agenda, I guess. I don't see them out here.
Yeah, that one. Item number 3, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Item number
Commissioner
3 is a presentation regarding the pros and cons of tiny homes.
Commissioner Hassan.
Thank you, sir, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I put this on the agenda because I think for the last couple of years now, there's been some conversation in this community, rightfully so, about the benefits of potentially having tiny homes. And so I had the opportunity to be doing some conversing with Miss Juanita Burney, who is about to present, and she's on our tax assessors board. And it just recently came back from a conference, a training conference, and at that conference was a presentation around the pros and cons of tiny homes. So I just ask us to give us just a 10-minute, 10-minute overview of just the pros and cons of some of the things that we may not be aware of. So we take in consideration as we attempt to introduce tiny homes into our community. So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Burney, if you could state. Ms. Burney, if you could state your name and address for the record, please, and we'll give you 5 minutes.
Juanita Burney, address 2208 Cadden Road, Augusta, Georgia, 30906. Good afternoon to everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to share from an educational conference from the Georgia Association of Assessing Officers. Our first day general sessions was on tiny houses, and I was very interested in that because of discussions that I have read about or seen on TV from Richmond County looking at what might be done to remedy some of the issues in Richmond County with tiny houses. So your handout, I'm not going to read everything on here. I would like for us to just, because you can read and I know that you can do that. So if you would just move down to where we'll talk for a couple of minutes about the negative issues related to tiny homes that were brought out at the conference. Zoning, people in many instances are unhappy that they cannot erect a tiny home on their property due to zoning restrictions. 911 call centers frown on multiple structures at one address because it can be confusing in emergency situations. Most tiny homes cannot connect to sewer systems. They require septic tanks. The cost of a tiny home is generally between $20,000 and $50,000. Some insurance companies will not insure tiny homes. Sufficient storage is difficult to achieve because of limited space. Quite a bit of discussion was made on the storage issue and on some of the tiny homes that they're building now, especially where they're putting in stairs to go to a second level, they're beginning to build storage under the stairs. If a tiny home is on wheels, if it's mobile, some counties consider them trailers. There is discussion about what should be considered a permanent foundation for a tiny home. To date, if the home is on wheels, it is generally considered personal property. If it's on a slab, it is considered real estate. And then if you will skip over the next line and look at uses for tiny homes in the United States, some of the things that were brought out at the conference were they are heavily used in California because housing and property is in short supply and what is in supply is expensive. Tiny homes are more and more being used and purchased as vacation homes. If you turn on the back of that page, FEMA uses tiny homes for disaster relief, and it's going to be interesting to see if they employ them in the use of what's happening in New Orleans now with disaster relief, because FEMA has been dispatched to New Orleans. Some states like Georgia use tiny homes to solve the homeless issue for veterans. The University of Texas has built tiny homes for the homeless population. Habitat for Humanity is investing in tiny homes for their initiatives to provide more homes to families. In Cobb County, Georgia, tiny homes are being used to house victims of sex trafficking. More millennials are purchasing the homes instead of conventional larger homes, and tiny homes are used as offices more and standalone retail space. The rest you can read. I will close by simply saying more and more they are stressing the use of using available steel, meaning mostly shipping containers, to convert them into tiny homes, and a lot of cities are converting shipping containers into tiny homes. So in the essence of time, I will conclude because you can read the remainder of it. The handout ends with 3 websites that were given out at the conference that will give additional information on tiny homes. I have not had the opportunity yet to look at those websites, but these were recommended as websites to look at. Thank you for the opportunity to share this information with you.
Thank you, Ms. Burney. Commissioner Hassan?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. I'm sorry. I'd like to ask Ms. Burney a question, if you don't mind. Ms. Burney, thank you, ma'am, for this information. It's something that we all can look at and take with us. But my question, one of the questions I have is, did they mention in terms of building tiny homes in a specific location as opposed to building them in existing communities? Was that discussed at all?
It was not discussed, Commissioner.
Did you, now this is a personal opinion, at this point I'm gonna ask you. In the course of the conversation, did it ever go through your mind to say, okay, what this should look like? Should this look like being in my neighborhood, or should it be set aside a way you build tiny homes in a section of the city by itself? Did that ever cross your mind personally?
Actually, in a way, it did cross my mind. A lot of communities are setting up, I would call it tiny home conclaves, where they are putting tiny homes together and they're landscaping and they're making them very nice, attractive communities. I think that is something that would work here. In Georgia, I think we're going to be driven by the Department of Revenue and what they're coming up with in terms of codes about where they can be put. That's an issue in some places because they will not allow them in the back of people homes or whatever. So it varies all across the country what's happening. And our staff in the Board of Assessors office is trying to stay on top of what will be coming out of the Georgia Department of Revenue's office regarding guidelines for tiny homes.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you, Ms. Murray, for being here. Any other? Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Byrne, I have just two questions for you. Thank you for your presentation. First question is, are you familiar with the tiny home village that was just built in Savannah for the veterans? Are you familiar with that population?
No, I'm not. There was just general discussion of some areas using tiny homes for the veterans, but I was not aware specifically of Savannah.
What I would suggest, and I think this is really good information, because if Augusta decides to go down this line where allowing for tiny homes in our communities, I think the number one, we should definitely start looking into this. We should definitely allow, but I think we should look at models that have been successful in other places. I will add that a tiny home doesn't just pop up in the middle of Willhaven or Pepper Ridge. That's just not typically how it works. Savannah has what they refer to as a tiny home village. Also, Ansley, South Carolina, I know we're not talking about Georgia at this point now, but Ansley, South Carolina has what they call an opportunity village, which is a village of tiny homes for folks who are recovering from homelessness. There are other models that use it just for another mode of affordable housing. So I would suggest that if this is something that we're really interested in, which I would hope that we are, I would share that the Homeless Task Force is getting ready to plan, and not the full task force because of the virus, but a few of us are planning to go down to Savannah pretty soon to take a look at their tiny home village. And I would welcome some folks on the Tax Assessors Board to come in and take the tour as well. Because, again, this is an alternative to affordable housing. You mentioned millennials in your presentation. I know a little bit about being a millennial, and I also know that, it's hard out here for millennials. And tiny homes is a good remediation for some of the problems that we're facing just across the country, affordable housing, gentrification, all of these things. So I would just submit that. And, you and I can definitely be in communications, but I think that this is definitely something that the city should be considered about and intentional about, because it's impactful. But again, like I always say, whatever we do, we need to make sure that we're doing it right the first time. So thank you for your presentation. But I would also submit to you, look into the tiny home villages in Savannah as well as Ansley, South Carolina, and maybe we can have a conversation after that.
Thank you, Commissioner. I would welcome any opportunity to learn more and to be a part of helping the BOA to stay on top of this issue as well. But your comments relate back to a comment that I made in this presentation, that there are conclaves that are being nicely built and landscaped for use.
Yep, I agree. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Murray. Commissioner. All right, committee, can I get a motion to receive as information?
Motion to receive as information.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Voting.
That motion carries with Mr. Sias out in the meeting.
All right. Ms. Bonner, if we could get Rob Sherman to come forward, I want to see if we can if we can companion items 8, I know we have a presentation at 9, 8, 9, 10, and 18, and
Yeah,
seeing if he's okay with that. And then we'll take the presentation first, and then we'll talk. Rob, do you have any issue with doing that?
If you would repeat the ones, you just
8, 9, 10, and 18, basically just do them as a companion. Do you see any issue with that? And then based on the motion, that would be on the agenda next week, however this committee goes.
no, that's
Is that good? Okay. All right, so we're going to start, well, let's start with number 9 then, Miss Bonner.
Okay.
We're going to do 8, 9, 10, and 18 together.
8, 9, but we're going to start with 9.
Number 9, since we'll
Okay.
hear the presentation first. And
Okay.
then we'll,
Item number 9 is a presentation by Dr. Alice Cardwell regarding concerns regarding weakening Augusta's smoke-free air law with the proposed amendment allowing cigar lounges.
Dr. Caldwell, if you could give your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, I'm Dr. Alice Little Caldwell, and I live at 510 Scotts Way in Augusta, 30909.
Thank you, ma'am. You have 5 minutes.
All right. I am Dr. Alice Little Caldwell, and I want to thank the chairman and members of the Public Services Committee for allowing me to speak to you today. I am an Augusta native, and I attended public schools here and went to the Medical College of Georgia for my MD and MPH degrees. I'm a pediatrician on the faculty at MCG and the director of the newborn nursery there. I'm also on the executive committee of the American Academy of Pediatrics section on tobacco and nicotine prevention and treatment. Also, my father grew up in Augusta, and he started smoking when he was about 11 or 12 years of age. And you might think I'm about to tell you a sad story that he developed lung cancer, but what happened instead was that he had asthma as a child, and when it worsened in his 20s, he had to quit smoking. And as a result, my brother and I grew up in a smoke-free home, and neither of us became smokers, and my father died at age 88 of natural causes. I mention his story as a reminder that all children should grow up in a smoke-free environment and that quitting at an early age can have lasting positive consequences. We should, as a community, do everything we can to encourage smoking cessation and prevention of the uptake of tobacco use. I come today to voice my concerns about a proposed amendment to weaken the Augusta smoke-free air law, which went into effect on January 1st, 2019. This proposed amendment would allow for the creation of cigar lounges in Augusta. At these lounges, at least 20% of sales must be from cigars, but food and alcohol are also sold. As a result, many customers will not be smoking, but will be exposed to secondhand and third-hand smoke. Servers, bartenders, hostesses, and pregnant employees will all be exposed to toxic secondhand smoke. And to clarify, secondhand smoke comes from exhaled smoke and the smoldering end of a cigarette or cigar when someone is smoking within 20 feet. Third-hand smoke is a residue of smoking fumes become embedded in upholstery, carpet, walls, car interiors, and clothing, and linger in the environment longer than secondhand smoke and are also equally toxic. There is no safe level of exposure to second or third-hand smoke, including cigar smoke. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention estimate that exposure to secondhand smoke kills over 41,000 Americans per year and is a known cause of lung cancer, heart disease, and stroke. In addition, secondhand smoke can cause or make worse a wide range of damaging health effects, including respiratory infections and diseases such as asthma. According to the CDC, a single large cigar can contain as much tobacco as an entire pack of cigarettes. It should also be noted that regular cigar smoking or simply having an unlit cigar in the mouth is associated with an increased risk for cancers of the lung, esophagus, larynx, and oral cavity, including the lip, tongue, mouth, and throat. While cigarettes are wrapped in paper, cigars are wrapped in tobacco leaves so that having a cigar in the mouth exposes a person to carcinogens even when the cigar is unlit. In the past, cigar smoking was a habit of older men, but increased marketing to young people, including women, has led to little cigars and cigarillos becoming one of the most common forms of tobacco used by some youth. While the cigar bar would have a minimum age of 21, cigar bars are likely to attract young adults. When the Augusta Commission approves a cigar lounge, it is giving implicit endorsement that cigars are safe and non-addictive. The Augusta smoke-free law is effective and popular. Our current law protects employees, residents, and visitors from exposure to secondhand smoke by making workplaces and public places smoke-free. This exemption will put employees and patrons at risk and would be a huge setback for our city. Everyone deserves the right to breathe smoke-free air. As a physician, I am interested in the health of my community and prevention of disease and disability. I cannot think of a reasonable argument in favor of allowing cigar bars to open in Augusta, in direct contradiction to the ban on indoor smoking and vaping. The community deserves an explanation from their elected officials on why they would create a loophole for creating a health hazard in the city. With the emergence of the COVID-19 Delta variant, we must strengthen efforts to protect public health. There is evidence that tobacco use, whether from a cigar, cigarette, or e-cigarette, sets the stage for more severe COVID infections. I strongly encourage you to reject the proposed amendment to allow cigar lounges in Augusta.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Caldwell. Any questions for Dr. Caldwell? All right. Well, I appreciate your time and giving the factual information about this.
All right. Thank you.
Do we need to separate them out?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Number 8 and 9.
Do we need to separate number 9 out because there's a presentation?
No.
This is number 9. Okay, so you want 9 as its own item? Okay. Committee, if I could get a motion to receive as information, number 9, please.
So move.
Second.
Got a motion second. Voting, please. So, Ms. Bonner, can we take 8, 10, and 18 together?
We can.
Okay. All right. Mr.
Well, their approval, so I guess they'll all be in sync with each other, whatever the motion will be.
But yeah.
Okay. All right. Item number 8 is approval from the Planning and Development recommends amending the Augusta Code alcoholic beverage so as to provide definition for the cigar bar and lounge. Item number 10 is request for approval. The Planning Department recommends amending the Augusta Code Administrative and Regulatory Fee Structure section so as to establish the regulatory fee for cigar bar and lounge.
18?
I'm sorry. Number 18 is for approval of the Planning Commission to recommends amending the Augusta Code Smoking Ordinance number 7622 so as to provide that a cigar bar lounge is eligible for an indoor air certificate of exemption.
Okay. Mr. Sherman. If you can kind of give us, we'll go back to 8 first and kind of give us the high level.
Okay, if I could.
Sure.
18 is sort of the key agenda item.
Okay.
That's to amend the smoke-free ordinance that would allow a cigar bar lounge. Number 8 would be an amendment to the alcohol ordinance which would allow the cigar bar lounge. And number 10 would be the regulatory fee. So if you approve 18, we would ask that you approve 8 and 10. If you disapprove 18, there's no need to discuss 8 and 10.
Okay.
Okay. So 18 is the request to amend the smoking ordinance that would allow the cigar bar lounge. Over the past few weeks, we've discussed a proposal for the amendment, and I believe that everything is included that was discussed during those meetings. One was to define the cigar bar lounge as a standalone business. The other is to say that there's a requirement that they have to have a sign outside of the establishment saying that it's a cigar bar lounge. And then the guidelines for the establishment itself is that 20% or more of the revenue, their gross revenue has to come from the sale of cigars. They can't sell loose tobacco, cigarettes, nor can they be smoked inside the establishment. They cannot have the hookah products inside the bar. So it is strictly a cigar bar lounge. 20% or more of the revenue is from the sale of cigars. You have to be 21 to work there or to go in. One of the keys is that the cigar bar lounge must have a filtration system exceeding 98% efficiency, with all air within the lounge exhausted directly to the outside by an exhaust fan of sufficient size. That would be checked once they apply for a business license. The fire department would inspect the building, of course, for compliance with their life safety codes. But at the same time, the building permit would be issued for compliance with that section. So the HVA system will have to have a rating of 98% efficiency, as well as it would be inspected for exhaust to the outside.
And that's the indoor air certification exemption which you mentioned right there?
Yes, it is.
Okay, because we had some questions about it. I just want to make sure. As far as the standalone piece, like the buildings, they can be connected, or they have to be like in a shopping mall or something?
So it's a standalone business, and what I mean by that, it can't be a part of another bar with just a lounge or room inside the bar where you can go smoke. It could be in a shopping center, a storefront in a shopping center, or it could be a standalone building, such as, say, a McDonald's, for instance, on just a site. The more different products that they sell. So say if it's also a restaurant, or if it's they have entertainment, if there's a cover charge, the more revenue they have coming in, the more cigars they've got to sell, because 20% of their revenue has to come from the sale of cigars.
Okay. The 20% that you just mentioned, is that a state number or is that a local number? Where did that come from?
That is what's proposed for our ordinance. So when we were doing some research, we're looking at other cities, looked at Atlanta, Roswell, just other areas up in the other cities up in the Atlanta area. One of them had 20%, but had 250,000 as a minimum. They had to have at least 250,000 from the sale of cigars. I don't think, I'm not that familiar with cigar bar lounges, but I don't think that would apply here. We thought 20% would be a reasonable number to indicate that it is a cigar bar lounge. If you want to go to a bar lounge to smoke a cigar, that would be the place you would go. If you don't want to be around it, then you wouldn't go there.
And then before I turn to Commissioner Johnson, the regulatory fee, is that a state number or is that a local as well?
That's a local number. We were looking at some of our other regulatory fees, and $125 is just an annual fee. There will be an occasional inspection. We will have to do an audit of the business periodically to see that they're complying with the regulations.
Okay. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just for clarification, do we need to discuss item 8 before making any motions to approve?
Number 8 is only a definition in the alcohol ordinance.
So there's nothing to approve?
What's that?
So number 8 is nothing for us to have to approve?
Well, if you approve 18, then we would ask you to approve 8 and 10 also. They're just companion, and that would clarify in the alcohol ordinance that you can have a cigar bar lounge.
Okay. Well, I'd like to make a motion to approve item number 18.
That motion fails. Based on, is there any further discussion? Can I get a motion to move 8, 10, and 18 to the full commission next week? I'll second.
Would that be with no recommendation,
No
sir?
recommendation. That's correct. I guess John. John, you there? Okay. All right. Got a motion and a second to no recommendation to the full commission next Tuesday.
And that's Mr. Jordan and Mr. Clark. Mr. Chairman,
Yes, ma'am.
back to item number 12.
Okay.
I think discuss, consider probation.
Are we going to post the number first? We're going to
We
finish.
need to take an action on that.
We're going to finish this?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
yeah, yep.
Okay. All right.
Yep,
I
there we
thought
go.
you did it by consent without objection.
My
I'm
bad.
sorry. Okay. That motion carries.
All right, agenda item number 12, Ms. Bonner.
Yes, sir.
Oh, we have to discuss this. I got it.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Item number 2, we reconsider, do we need to reconsider, Mr. Parliamentarian, since they approved it in consent agenda under that motion?
Can I get
Yes.
Can I get a motion to reconsider agenda item number 12, please?
So moved.
Got a motion and a second. Voting, please.
That motion carries.
Thank you.
Okay. Item number 12, discuss, consider probation, suspension, or revocation of the business tax certificate for Surtees Partners doing business as Azalea Park Apartments, 1840 Fayetteville Drive, for violating the occupation tax ordinance.
Attorney Brown.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have spoken with the opposing counsel on this matter, and due for health reasons, they're unable to be here today, and what they have requested that this matter be moved to the commission without recommendation.
Okay. All right. Can I get a motion to move it to full commission without a recommendation?
So moved.
Second.
Second. Okay, we got a motion and a second. Voting, please.
That motion carries.
Attorney Brown, on that agenda item, will we have some historical data on what we've done before in the same like situation next week? Because that was going to be my question on that. Like, what have we done? And like, if there's any historical aspect, I don't know. I'm just asking to make a recommendation of that. Like,
On the substance of the motion?
yeah, we'll have some historical aspect to talk about. Okay. Okay. Cool. All right. Last agenda item, number 19, Ms. Bonner.
Item 19, procurement to obtain bids and recommend professional swimming pool maintenance company to service and maintain all Augusta city-owned and operated swimming pools and splash pads.
Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I put this on the agenda because it seems that, you know, we've got 8 swimming pools here in Augusta that are having issues and they're not open for one reason or another. I've been told a lot of it's maintenance, but a lot of complaints that I've heard from individual citizens is that the water levels, the pH factors and the chlorine factors are not, you know, constant, and that there's problems there. But we do have the Director of Parks and Recreation who is over those here, and I would like to hear from him on his thoughts and concerns.
All right. Director McDowell, can you speak to the commissioners, just information on the pools, where we're at, and that sort of thing?
Yes. Good afternoon. I will say this. I'll answer any questions. I do know that the administrator has a presentation on administrative service that will address a lot of these issues and concerns. Unless there's something specific you want me to answer, I'll definitely answer that. But I think once the administrator has an opportunity to walk through that presentation, I think this will probably more or less answer most of those questions that you all may have.
Okay. My question is, do we, most of our pool services, do we do in-house or do we outsource?
We do in-house.
In-house. And will in this presentation be discussed to possibly outsourcing some of this aspect of maintenance, since we're having some concern with it?
Yes, I think he'll address all that. I think it's a robust plan and information update. So.
Okay. Commissioner Clark, back to you.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I will sit tight on this agenda item. I will make no motion to approve or move forward at this time. I'll wait until I hear from the administration.
Thank you, sir. All right, can I get a motion to receive his information?
Receive his information.
Got a motion and a second. Voting, please.
That motion carries.
Thank you, committee. That concludes public services.
Finance. Yeah, put it in the bag. Ms. Mr. Williams, you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I'd like to call Finance Committee meeting to order. Are there any additions or deletions?
No, sir.
If my colleagues would agree with me, I'd like to consent items number 2 and items number 3.
So moved.
I have a second. Please cast your vote.
Ms. McKnight. That motion carries.
Thank you. It's all yours, Madam Clerk.
Item number 1 is to present the financial reports for the 6-month period ended June 30th, 2021.
Go ahead, Madam Director, anytime you feel.
Okay, I had loaded my presentation earlier today, and it seems to be gone. So, hang on a second. I put it on here as a shortcut, so I wouldn't be taking up too much of your time getting ready.
I have plenty.
That didn't work well.
We're here.
Okay. Okay, so we're back. Right. Today will be the quarterly financial reports for the quarter ending June 30 of this year. You have been provided a packet earlier with all the accompanying reports and some explanations in there to view at your leisure. So this will be a summarized version of some of the higher points that were included in that packet. Today's discussion will center on a few of the individual funds, briefly touch on the American Rescue Plan, general fund revenue projections for the year, sales tax charge, and a few highlights for upcoming events. This is our pretty much standard disclosure that anytime you are looking at your revenue projections earlier in the year, they tend to get a little bit skewed because your property tax, which is a significant portion of your revenues, of course, is not recorded until the third quarter. So we tend to look for the beginning of the year while we watch revenue very closely, and we will provide you some projections. We tend to concentrate more on the expenditure side of the equation. American Rescue Plan, as we all know the history of it, what this means to Augusta was that our first tranche of funds of $41.1 million has been received, and the second tranche should come in approximately June of next year. These funds must be appropriated by December the 31st, 2024, and expended no later than 2 years later than that. The first report to the Department of Treasury has been filed ahead of today's deadline. It was for activity through July the 31st of this year, which I'll admit to you and take away a little of my thunder. It was an easy report to file because we had no expenditures as of that date, so there wasn't a whole lot we had to do to prepare that report for filing, but it has been done as required. The final guidance has not yet been issued by the Department of Treasury. We continue to await that. There are some rumors and discussions that that may be coming to us shortly after Labor Day. Briefly touch, there are 4 categories of eligible expenses under the ARP: to respond to the public health emergency, to respond to workers performing essential work by providing premium pay, a provision for the government to provide services to the extent that they suffered a reduction in revenue during the COVID-19 emergency, and to make necessary investments in water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure. Those are very limited categories on item number D. Our general fund revenue projections. Now, I'm going to couch this by telling you once again that this is a snapshot as of a particular point in time. That point in time was June the 30th. So with the information available to us on June the 30th, we would have looked at that and projected that we would have a revenue deficit of about $1.3 million for the entire year. Now, as you know, a snapshot at one point in time might not look the same as it looks if you're taking pictures 3 or 4 seconds later. That means somebody blinked, somebody was looking the wrong way, or any number of things that can happen. But as of June the 30th, this is what it looked like, and I'll get into a little bit of detail as to why it would look like that on the next slide. These are some of the main areas of revenue that are included in our general fund, the categories. Category of ad valorem taxes. Okay, so we have a budget of $47.3 million. Those bills have not gone out yet, so we have next to nothing in actual. The only actuals we have collected so far are from delinquent tax collections, but we still project to collect the entire amount of our budget. So we don't have any difference from our budget to our projected level that we are expecting at the present time. Franchise fees, we talked about that the first quarter. Basically, that income is received early on in the year, in the first quarter, and that's all you get from Georgia Power and from Jefferson Electric. We reported to you that the payment from Georgia Power was approximately $1.5 million less than we had anticipated. That's the reason for the projected deficit related to franchise fees. Licenses and permits. We had budgeted $1.42 million. As a part of providing relief to those businesses that were affected during the pandemic, the Commission took an action to refund some of the business licenses to certain portion of the businesses. Therefore, our revenue projection is going to be about $1 million short of what we had originally budgeted. That's simply because of that one action that refunded those amounts that had been paid in for licenses and permits. Fines and forfeitures, Our projected revenue deficit currently is approximately $0.6 million. That can change. We all know that the court system was severely impacted by the pandemic, not being able to have trials and to process things through the court system. So that has been slow. It is recovering, but it was slow. TAVT, tag ad valorem taxes. This is one of the bright spots. Currently, it is projected to be approximately $1 million ahead of where we budgeted. Hopefully that trend will bear itself out. The other bright spot that we find is our local option sales tax. If you look at the end of June, which really and truly is only 5 months worth of collections, and we'll go a little bit further into that in just a minute, we are still ahead of where we budgeted that we would be. We have had a quicker recovery from the pandemic in the area of sales tax than we anticipated. For your information, we've also shown a line on this chart to show you what our 7/31 revenue looks like. And as you can see, it continues to extend, and I've got a couple of more charts for you in just a second here. But right now, if you use the June 30 number, we would project to be approximately $1.4 million ahead of where we budgeted for local option sales taxes. This again is a snapshot of the 3 years that you would see. The blue line is 2021, and as you can see, there are only 5 blue lines on the chart, which gives you your collections through your May revenue, which is received in June. We're always 1 month behind here. Next graph shows you 2020 to 2021. And as you can see, the blue line, 2021, for the past 8 months has been higher than the red line for 2020. It means that this year's collection for each of the past 8 months has been higher than it was for the corresponding month in 2020. That is good news for us. We would hope that that trend continues. More detailed chart, once again, that you have seen for the past 5 years, as well as the average. The red line furthest to the left for each month is 2021, and the gray line for each category furthest to the right is the average of those 5 months. What's going to happen next? Well, we've got a couple of things going on. We've had the street light discussion once again, but the fees that were billed this year were the same as have been billed for the past few years. So that's going to give you an estimated deficit of approximately $700,000 in the street light fund. Millage rates have been set. Those tax bills will go out in September from the tax commissioner's office, and the millage rates were set at the 2020 levels, which should give you collections that reach your budgeted amount. As we discussed, if we had used the rollback rate that was calculated by the state, we would have been short collecting the amount of revenue we needed to produce the desired effect in the budget. Another thing, the Superior Court circuit split has been implemented. We will continue to monitor that to determine exactly the financial impact on Augusta. Right now, we simply just don't quite have enough information to be able to make a determination. The initial ARPA plan was approved by the Commission on August the 17th. Couple of the items in there, $1.5 million has been allocated to the Vax Up Augusta initiative. There's a program for premium pay that has been approved, along with the increase of wages to a minimum of $15 per hour. As I mentioned before, we felt like we needed to go ahead and include the June revenue that was received in July for sales tax, because this changes the snapshot. As you can see here, if you include those numbers, now we have moved our projected revenue deficit to approximately $700,000. It's a pretty sizable difference. Now, keep in mind that the more data sets that you have allow you to give a much better projection. If you want to give me all 12 months of actual collections, I'm going to give you a pretty good estimate of what the total is going to be for the end of the year, because I'm going to have all the data in front of me. But we use what we have available to us at the time that we provide to you these numbers. So while this still shows that we may have a projected deficit for the general fund of approximately $700,000, please keep in mind this only addresses one side of the equation. You have revenues and you have expenditures. This is the revenue side only. Typically, our expenditures do not run at exactly 100% of our budgeted levels. So normally, we would be expecting that any reduction or non-expenditure in any category would traditionally be sufficient to cover a deficit that, I don't want to say it's a small deficit, but compared to a $170 million budget, it is less than 1%. So you would make that up on your expenditure category. What's going to come next? We're going to talk about all these things and others in the 2022 budget process that has begun, and we'll be getting, you'll hear more about that in the upcoming months. So this is just an index to that package of reports that have been provided to you, with the various funds occurring at the front of the report, and at the end of the report, pages 17 through 26 list every open sales tax project that we currently have on the books. That's a good source of information if you are looking for expenditures related to any of those projects. And I'll do my best to answer any questions that you might have for me.
Are there any questions from Madam Director?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Donna, what is the format going to be for the budget process as far as, are we going to get like a list of dates and we're going to tackle different departments, or like what is the general thought on what we're going to do?
I will defer that to the administrator for his process.
Yes, sir, you will, and it won't change much from the previous processes that you've had, but what we have added in is just more opportunities for the public to get engaged on the front end. We'll also be providing you some of the feedback in advance of your departmental meetings and questions. We'll be providing you some of the public feedback as well from the budget forums.
And as far as the dates that we are approving, it's the same as, I mean, we've done the presentations to the community before.
Yeah, well, no, these we're actually going into the community, so this part will be different. But those dates that are on the budget calendar, I think they're already carved out and the commission approved them, right? Those initial dates?
I believe so.
Yeah, they're listed on the on the 2022 budget calendar. There's a breakdown of when those are, and so those were carried over from the previous time frame.
When we go into the commission, I mean, we've done the commission, I mean, in the community before, and just not as structured, but we've done it before years ago. But like when we go into the community, are the numbers and everything going to be preset, or are they going to get the opportunity to kind of weigh in on what they, I mean, kind of give me?
They will.
Okay, okay, that's what I figured. Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions from Madam Director? Thank you, Madam Director. I'll entertain a motion to accept this information.
I moved a second.
I have a second. Please cast your vote.
Was that Ms. McKnight and Ms. Scott?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That motion carries.
Thank you.
All right. Madam Clerk, we have item number 4.
Item number 4 is a presentation by Augusta's financial advisor, Davenport and Company, providing an update on Augusta's outstanding bond debt, upcoming bond issuances, and current rating by bond rating agencies.
Is there a representative here?
Yes, sir.
Come right up to the podium, please.
What am I looking for?
Okay. Who's
You need
disposed?
help. You need help.
I'm sorry, I apparently wasn't keeping up very well.
Okay.
We have representatives from Davenport, who's our financial advisors, here with us today to give a presentation and kind of update you of where we are and the projects that we will be looking at in the near future, some opportunities. And I'll turn that over to Doug and to Courtney. And
Okay, come right on up. Whoever's gonna be number one.
yeah, they have copies
Okay.
of the presentation for each of y'all.
Okay, thank you.
Did you?
Taken care of. Sorry, Mr. Commissioner, our presentation evidently wasn't loaded up here. I've got it right here on the drive.
Yeah, just plug it in right there. Should pop right up. Plug it in.
You have one, Mr. Administrator.
He's got it.
Thank you.
A little issue with disappearing.
Little quick act here, I apologize.
No problem.
We thought it was updated here.
If you give us your name, please.
Yes,
when you
sir.
start.
Let me get this full screen mode. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Courtney Rogers. I'm with Davenport and Company. My colleague Doug Gephardt is here with me today. I've presented to the commission. It's been a couple of years, obviously, since the pandemic. We haven't had an opportunity to actually speak to you. There's a couple of handful of new commissioners, so I thought we'd take just a moment, Mr. Chairman, if we could, and introduce our team. I mentioned Doug, who's been with me almost 10 years. I've got 30 years experience doing financial advisory work. Ricardo Cornejo is also a member of our team here in Georgia, who's got 27 years of experience. And then we have an analyst, Christopher Holt, who supports us in our Roswell office. You see us primarily when we're doing transactions, when there are financial transactions, when you're out borrowing money. There are other services, not all of these do we provide for you all, but we can if the need arises. Things such as working through plans of finance. You see us in front of the rating agencies. Part of our job is to make sure that we give you updates on things that the agencies are looking for. We're going to talk a little bit about some of that today, about what are the things that can make our credit be better, things that we may need to be concerned about if we're getting close to the edge, if you would. When it comes to economic development, we do cost-benefit analysis, some of the things like we did for the Beacon project when we were looking at their cash flows, making sure that the rents were going to be sufficient, that they were never going to tap our credit. Of course, that project has been very successful and now defeased. And then finally, planning and analytics. We do modeling. We talk about fiscal policies. We're going to talk a little bit about some of those today, as well as debt capacity and affordability. And that's really two reasons that we really want to get in front of you at this point in time. One, you're about to enter the budget process, as you just talked about. So we're going to talk about fund balance and where you stand. And two, you've got some pretty large, hopefully, transactions. Should it be approved, the James Brown Arena, obviously it will be a large bond issue if that is successful at referendum. And then we have a couple other bond issues that are coming up we wanted to bring you up to date on. So just finishing up a little bit about ourselves, we are the dominant firm in our footprint, which is basically Georgia, North Carolina, Virginia, and Maryland. We've been the leading firm when it comes to transactions in the public market over the last 5 years. And our history with you dates back to 2016. We just completed our 10th transaction, totaling a little over $200 million. And in that process, we saved $40 million in debt service for the taxpayers and ratepayers of Augusta. Over the last year, even in spite of the pandemic, we've been pretty busy. We, of course, termed out the Lanny Walker Bethlehem bond. In addition, being able to bring forward $2.3 million of new money out of that transaction. We saved some money on the Coliseum Authority, $2.4 million, refinancing some of that debt, and also getting them some needed new money of $8 million. And then in July, we, as I mentioned, defeased the Beacon Station project. And of course, that brought $1.3 million back to Augusta in the form of the land purchase. And then finally, just recently, earlier this month, of course, you approved the Coliseum Authority with $15 million in new money at a fabulous interest rate of 1%, just a little over 1%. You might have noticed on that schedule that I was just showing you that we've got two different types of transactions. Sometimes we go to what we call a direct bank deal. We send a request for proposals out. We let the banks bid on it. We also do public sales where we put it out for the public market and let folks bid on it in that method. And there are different factors that may determine which way we go, such as the security, size, is it big or small? How far out are we going to amortize it? Is it going to be short or long? Redemption provisions. So that's something that we work with staff on as we're coming to the sale. From a market update, quickly, interest rates are good. I've been fortunate in my career over the last 20 years. Interest rates have been declining. We've been doing lots of refinancings, but we've been able to borrow at very low interest rates to get projects done. While we know that SPLOST programs are great, being able to pay go, we've been able to actually get some projects jump-started by getting in the market early. Just to give you an example, too, we were in the market earlier today with a AAA credit who borrowed at 0.73% over 10 years, refinancing some debt. So if we were in the market with 20-year debt, we're going to be under 2%. So it's a good time to be in the marketplace. So as we're going into the market, when we're talking to the creditors, whether it be rating agencies or if the banks are asking us questions, what are they looking at, you might ask? Well, part of it is they're looking at your general fund results. And what are they looking at? They're looking at revenues over expenditures. Do you have a balanced budget? Are there positive revenues after you've paid all your expenditures, your obligations, if you would? So you can see the line there. It says revenues over expenditures has been positive the last 5 years, so that's a great thing. And then after you have the below the line transfers in and out and things like that, you can see that those have been positive as well. And that's going to reflect in dollars going to the fund balance here in a moment that we're going to talk about. Why do you need a fund balance? Well, there's several reasons. One, different than individuals like ourselves who are getting paid generally weekly or every other week, Augusta really only collects revenues, big revenue chunks a couple of times during the year. And so you have to have a fund balance to be able to pay the bills throughout the 12 months. And of course, there's the bottom of that fund balance, if you would, is going to be right before you send out your bills for your largest, which is going to be your real estate taxes. So we got to make sure that we have enough cash flow. We also need to make sure we have money for emergencies. You all experienced that in 2014 with the ice storm. When FEMA comes in, they don't come in with a checkbook. They come in saying, you need to tell us and we'll reimburse you. So you have to pay out those expenditures and then get reimbursed, and that takes time. And so that's a really important one that you've experienced. And then, of course, unexpected shortfalls. When times are tough and you need to use fund balance to get through a year, you want to make sure you've got that available. The last one that I'll highlight at the end there is also it keeps, it's something the creditors look at and make sure that you are keeping yourself in good balances. And so in a moment, we'll show you that graphic here, which shows that back in 2012 and 13, you had to use some of that fund balance. Look at the fund balance on the top right corner. That is the unassigned fund balance as percent of expenditures. And what that shows is that you used it in 2012 and 13. That was when we were bottoming out in the state right after the 2009, 2008 credit crisis. It really was a couple of years later for local governments because that's when the housing market started getting hit and your assessed values declined, although your expenditures for your budget was still, that didn't decline along with them. So you needed fund balance and you used some of it, which is fine. It's a rainy day fund. It was raining. You used it. That's no problem. But the double whammy was you had the ice storm that hit in 2014, and that's when it fell below the bottom of your policy minimum. So you can see it's taken a number of years to get back, but I'll applaud you that you've gotten back there. You've been able to put money aside over the last several years, especially you can see in a big jump in 2018 that got you back up there. So now that we're up there, we want to keep it strong. And when you look at this comparison, I know there's a lot of small names here, but essentially these are AAA Georgia counties as well as AA1s, AA2s. You're a AA2 right now with Moody's. And you can see that blue bar, which is where you are now, is right at your upper limit. And this is just unassigned, so it doesn't include that risk management piece. That would put you above that green line. But you can kind of see those who are above and below you. There are some anomalies. Chatham County, for instance, we work with them. We just went to the bond market last year. They actually have their rainy day fund in a committed fund, so it's not showing up in unassigned. So they do have funds, it's just in another area. But most folks you'll see there adhered to that 25% policy, which is where you are. And you can see there are a number that actually exceed that amount. And that's going to be important as we take on this additional debt down the road. So what are the agencies saying about us? Well, when it comes to fund balance, they said while reserves, and keep in mind, the last time we actually talked to the rating agencies was in 2018. So they haven't seen the last 3 years yet because we haven't had the opportunity to talk to them. But we will, we anticipate that we will be seeing them early next year, as I'll mention in a moment when we talk about some of the upcoming issues. In 2018, Moody's said that while reserve levels are below national medians for similarly rated credits, this is offset by the large and regional imported tax base of Augusta. S&P said that due to improved operating performance in fiscal 16, the consolidated government's fund balance levels are again in compliance with the formal policy, and the officials intend to continue increasing and maintaining. So that's very positive things, and we obviously want to continue and you have along those paths. Now, when we look at the utility fund, it's slightly different. It's looked at, the revenues over expenditures is important, but what they want to see is, at the end of the day, after you've paid your non-debt service expenditures, how much money is left over for debt service? And that's what we call coverage. So it's net revenues after paying your operations, divided by debt service. And what you'll see in a moment on some of the credit reports is they really want to see us in the 2 times range and better, or at least the high ones. We've been kind of in the middle of like 1.5 to 1.7 in the past. Now, you'll see the blue box. It circles the debt service there, down there at the bottom. When we did the refinancing for utilities in 2017, we made the conscious decision to do what we call upfronting the savings. We lowered debt service in the early years so that we kept the budgeted debt service the same, but it freed up that money so we could use it for capital projects, pay-go, if you will. What that did was it artificially made our coverage look better. You'll note down there in the bottom where it says coverage for all bonds was at 2.6 and 2.7. Well, that's not going to continue because our debt service is going to go back up to its normal levels in 2022. So we would expect to be back in the 1.6, 1.7 range going forward. We're going to be working with the new utilities director going forward. We've been talking to him. We know there are some new money needs. One thing about utility systems is they always need capital. There's always pipes that need replacing or pumps that need replacing. So, but there's a balance. If there's enough revenues and we're producing more revenues than we need for operations and debt service, that revenue goes back into the system, if you would, reinvesting into that system, replacing pipes and keeping things from breaking. And so that's there's a balance there. We do have a heavy debt load that we're going to talk about in a minute, but we can take on more, but we'll need the revenues to be able to support it. When you look at debt service coverage, again, we look really good right now, but that's going to come back down. So if you think of that blue line coming in there right in between 1 and 2 times, what you'll note is that there's only about 7 of these 30, counting ourselves, entities in the state that are rated by Moody's between AA1 and A2 that really are above that 2 times coverage. So it's a good place to be if we can get up there. But it does mean we're going to need additional revenues. The other thing they look at is what's called days cash on hand. How many days can the system operate if no more revenues came in the door? And so when we last talked to them on the utility side, again, it was in that 2017 time frame, they only saw 2016. You can see it was at 80 days, less than 3 months. We really like to see that number at about 180 to 270 days, 270 preferably, for a system that has some needs, but it's not growing very fast. Faster systems actually need more cash, believe it or not, because of the risk of growth slowing. We don't have that growth, so 270 would be a good number. We were there in 2019. We fell a little bit back in 2020. So we're not far off that number, and it has gotten better, and that will help us. Our utility system is currently rated A1, and that's primarily because the coverage has been a little bit lower and cash has been lower. So we hope to be able to push that forward and get into the AA category the next time we're talking to them, because we have done some really good things over the last several years. Again, looking at some of those comparisons, you can see that there are, especially the higher rated entities, they've got a lot more cash, and that's something that's very important to the system. Again, what have the agencies said on their reports? Moody's talked about that we were projecting 1.6 coverage in 2017, which is below the median of 2.1 times for a AA3 rated. So just again, the category just slightly higher than us. The median level is 2.1, and we're not quite there. So where are we right now in terms of our overall debt profile? So this first page is the general government side. Tax-supported debt and self-supporting debt is the way we split this up. Tax-supported debt, of course, is what it is. It's supported by either general fund or SPLOST dollars. And then self-supporting, we've got two issues. One, solid waste, which is supported by landfill revenues, and then the other is the Lanny Walker Bethlehem project, which is supported by the tourism fee. So currently we're at about 77 million on the tax-supported side and about 18 million on the self-supporting. When we show the ratios in a moment, we're able to not count the self-supporting debt. So that takes that 18 million out. On the enterprise fund side, we're at 440 million in terms of outstanding debt, and then the airport debt is about 9 million. We are going to be paying off some bonds with SPLOST, some from SPLOST 7, Phase 7, as well as Phase 8. Those will be coming up as early as 2022. When you add those up, that's about 40 million of debt that's going to fall off that tax-supported debt side. And you'll see in a moment that's going to become important. We are always looking for refinancing opportunities. As I mentioned, we did that earlier with the Coliseum bonds. There is some small savings associated with the solid waste bonds. We are working with the director there because there potentially could be some new money. We wouldn't want to go out and refinance at the same time needing new money and come back and do two different issues. So we're going to be working with them to see if we need to do some new money there. We understand there could be some needs there. And then on the utility side, there are some bonds that potentially could have some savings. As some of you may remember, when Congress changed the Tax Act in 2017 and lowered the corporate tax rate, they took away the ability for local governments to refinance in advance more than 90 days of the call date using tax-exempt bonds. We can do it doing taxable bonds, but that's going to cost us 60 to 100 basis points more, which eats into our savings. So we're waiting to see if we can get a little bit closer to the call dates. Congress, we were hoping, was going to change that rule for us in the last couple of stimulus programs, but they didn't. So we're still out in the cold and having to wait to within 90 days of the call date. So, for instance, the 2012 bonds would not be callable until basically 2022. But we're going to keep an eye on those. Again, should we need new money on the utility side, we'll look to possibly do some refinancings if it makes sense. So the last thing I want to talk about was debt capacity and affordability. You might be thinking, okay, we've got these upcoming issues. How does that affect our credit? So there's two ways to think about it. One is debt capacity. Think of it as your credit card limit. Are we getting close to our credit card limit? And then the second part is debt affordability. How do we pay it back? In terms of capacity, we look at key debt ratios. That's what the rating agencies are looking at. One is called debt, outstanding debt, total amount of debt outstanding, divided by full value. Not assessed value, but full value. And the reason we do full value is because they want to be able to compare you to a city in other states like Texas, California, wherever. And so they use the full value versus, because folks do different assessed value percentages. The other side is on a budgetary basis, annual debt service divided by your budget. Some people use expenditures, some analysts use revenues. So when we think about the upcoming projects, again, we've got SPLOST bonds that were approved by the voters in 2021. So that's up to 30 million. We may not borrow all of it, but that's up to 30 million. We're thinking first quarter, second quarter 22. That would probably be a public sale, so we'll be talking to the agencies. The new James Brown Arena, of course, that's up to 240 million. That's up to the voters. The referendum, of course, is coming up. That would be the geo millage, bond millage, or some other revenues possibly to fund that. Again, should that be successful, we would look to fund that probably also in the first 6 months of 2022. Then there's also the energy performance contract financing. Some of you may know, that's the train project that some of you may be aware of. It's up around $25 million. We were just on the phone earlier this week where we put a schedule together with your staff of coming back to you at your first meeting in December, coming to the Finance Committee in late November. They're working through the performance contract right now, and so our schedule has that, again, coming back to you all for approval, the committee at the end of November and the full commission in early December. One thing I will mention is that while that funding source is energy savings, just so everybody's aware, what happens there is they're assuming that they're going to save money in your operations, and that money will basically transfer over to debt service. So there's not going to be additional savings in your budget. It's just really moving money from the operating side to pay debt service for these updates. So I want to make sure that's clear. It's not really lowering the overall budget as you think about it. So last couple slides here, again, debt to full value. We have assumed the takeout of the $40 million of bonds that we showed you earlier for SPLOST. We have assumed that the referendum is successful and the James Brown Arena and those other two issues we talked about, the SPLOST bonds as well as the energy savings, are included in here. What you'll see at the bottom is Moody's has criteria that show AAA's generally being at 0.75% of full value or below. The AA category is generally in the 0.75 to 175, and the A being in 1.75 to 4. That's the tan area. Now, it doesn't mean that we automatically are going to get downgraded to an A if we end up in that tan area. What it means is it's just one area. And keep in mind, debt is 10% of basically the rating. So there are a lot of other factors that go into it. But it does put us at the top end of that AA range. And if we come forward with other bonds that we haven't talked about today, that's going to put us up into that tan area. So it's not a red, we can't do this. It's a yellow cautionary. We just need to be cognizant of what we do going forward. And that's why it's important to make sure we keep that fund balance strong, because that's another area that is going to offset this higher debt level that we're looking at. And when we look at the other ratio, we are in pretty good shape there. We're at 10%, whereas 15% is basically the high end of what they call the strong area for S&P. So we've got capacity for other debt on that side. It's really the debt to full value side. What did the agencies say? When we talked to them again last time in 2018, we were in great shape. Modest 1% of full value. They talked about that, S&P talked about that overall net debt is very positive at 1.9% over market value. So we were in good shape from a starting point. So we're not, while we're going to be adding a lot should this referendum be successful, it's going to put us at a point where we just need to be cognizant of the other areas. We need to make sure our budget is financially stable and that our fund balance is strong. So final thoughts, Mr. Chairman. You've got the ability to take on these upcoming bond issues. We just need to be, again, cognizant of other areas, fund balance as well as our balanced budget. Utility fund has a high debt load, but more can be taken on, but we're going to need the revenues to be able to support it. And interest rates are continuing to be low, and it's a good time to be in the market. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Anyone have any questions this afternoon?
I do, sir.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I forgot your name again,
Courtney.
sir.
Mr. Rogers. Courtney.
Rogers?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Rogers, once again, always good to see you.
Yes, sir.
You mentioned a couple of times about the utilities, and you mentioned that you were sitting down having a conversation about them getting some more debt because of some of the projects that they have in mind. And I just want to say for the record, I think we, as a city, we always want to be mindful of that because we don't want to become a Detroit and things of that nature. And so we have a annual increase there naturally to keep us out of harm's way in that regard. So here's my question. I'm kind of getting, to my colleagues, I'm getting about 2 genders ahead for this question. I want to ask it while you're here because I don't know how long you're going to be here.
Absolutely.
And looking at the debt that they're going to be taking on, do you know whether it's going to also be considering, we got some issues here with sanitary sewer and things of that nature. Matter of fact, engineering service, we're going to have a gentleman here today. He's going to be presenting about his neighborhood. But there are other existing neighborhoods that have the very same problem that are in that queue as well, and it's been there for quite some time. So, so my comment to you, the administrator is not here, so it's more to you at this point, I guess, and our finance director, is to look at that and see just how much debt can they take on to try to look at to deal with some of those sanitary sewers issues there, because we're having those issues. We got 5 and 6 developments. We have another one that wants to talk about today, and so I don't know if that's the debt that you're taking on. You could be taking on some other issues and the government considering taking on. But I wanted to look at it in that regard to try to see, because we do want to deal with that issue. Because currently, where the program is designed, that department, utilities department that is taking about $1 million annually and trying to deal with that issue in a very meticulous way. So, in having that conversation with them, please keep that in mind, that the commission as a body may consider doing something a little aggressive in trying to deal with some of those sanitary sewer issues.
And when you say sanitary sewer, are you stormwater or true sewer?
No, we're talking about sewer. We have a lot of communities that still have septic tanks.
Oh, yes, sir. Okay.
And so want to get them out of there.
Yep.
But it takes time, and the city has a very aggressive program, a user-friendly program. We just don't have all the resources to get to all those communities in a timely manner because those so many things. So it's sanitary sewer that we're talking about, septic tanks, getting septic tanks out of the ground.
Yeah, yes, sir. And if I could, my background is actually utility planning as well. And, the one thing about utilities is it costs money, unfortunately. And we try to keep those as sort of a self-supporting unit because we don't want it to blend over into the general fund.
Right.
Because then those ratios I showed you go through the chart.
Absolutely.
So, unfortunately, when it comes to utilities, you've got your people you have to pay, you've got chemicals that are constantly going up, and you've got electricity. Those are the three major things. And then there's capital, which we've been talking about. And so a good utility's got a balance that has some pay-go, which is that once you've paid your debt service and operations, there's money left over to plow back into the system. It's almost like a company reinvesting in itself.
Right.
Think of it that way, because that's really the way a utility system should be thought of as a business.
Right, right.
And so we should have the users of the system paying for the system, if you were. And so
And that's what's happening. We're just trying to get ahead of it. We created a program, I think about 2015 or so around that time frame. But at the same time, we got some other communities we need to get to and get to a little more aggressive. So that's why I'm just asking the question. I don't know what the ratio looks like, but I just want to put that on your brain when you're having that conversation. And also we're speaking with the administrator and the director as well. Just want to put that out there.
I see the directors here. We've had we've introduced ourselves, had some preliminary conversations. I know he's still digging into what the needs are. And we're happy to help with the planning side of it because there is a balance. And part of that balance is, as you said, putting some money aside for special programs that you all want to see happen. And adding users in helps everyone.
Yes.
The larger the system, the more you can spread out those issues that come about. Because obviously we don't want to put a burden on the users as best we can. So it's a balance of grant money, money that federal government may have available, like through some of these programs. Obviously, interest rates are good right now. So if we're going to need to borrow money, now's not a bad time. So back to your question of capacity, again, it's a balance of having that day's cash. We make sure we have cash because that's going to help our ratings stay up. But it also is the coverage. We want to keep that coverage in that 175 to higher range if we can, which means that we've got to make sure that we keep those revenues up. So I tell elected bodies that you can almost need to have 3% a year, give or take, with CPI of inflation because of just those things I talked about earlier, taking care of your people, because the last thing that the director wants to have right now is have to replace people. It's really hard to find, people who know what they're doing in the utility side. 2, you've got to have electricity to pay for, and then you've got the chemicals that you've got to keep coming to in order to take care of the water and the sewer before it goes back in the rivers.
Thank you, sir. Thank you,
Are there
Mr. Chairman.
any other questions from the committee? Thank you very much for your presentation, sir.
Thank you.
Enjoy your stay in our beautiful city.
Thank you. Had a wonderful lunch down there at 209. I love those folks.
Entertain a motion to receive this information. It's been second. Please cast your vote.
That motion carries. And Mr. Chairman, just for record-keeping sake, item number 1, if we could just receive that as information with no objection for the record.
No problem.
Okay.
Go right ahead.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll record it as such.
Thank you very much, committee.
Thank you, too. Mr. Chair.
I'd like to call public safety to order, please. Without
Yes, sir.
objection, I'd like a motion to consent item 1, 2, and 3.
Items 1, 2, and 3.
So move, a second.
Okay, wait a minute.
Vote, please.
Was that Mr. Dennis Williams and the
Yes, ma'am.
chairman? Okay.
Thank
That
you.
motion carries.
Ms. Bond, I'd like to move to item 5 at this time.
Okay. Item number 5 is Mr. James Germany regarding status of new District 3 fire station.
Hang on, Mr. Chairman.
Welcome, Mr. Germany. If you'll state your name and address for the record and then proceed, you have 5 minutes, please.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
4 and 5, I think, are similar. Can we take them together? It's all about 3 and,
Yeah, as soon as Mr. Germany speaks, we're going to 4.
yes, sir. Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, committee members, and policymakers. My name is James Germany. I reside at 4316 Reagan's Lane within the Elderberry subdivision. That's in the southwest portion of District 3. On November 3rd, 2015, SPLOST 7 passed. SPLOST 7 contained some great projects. One of the projects within that package were a project that consisted of the construction of 3 new fire stations here in Augusta, Georgia. Of those 3 fire stations, the location for those 3 were to be at the 928 Telfair Street, which has been built and is in operation, the 2820 Old Highway number 1 location at Deansbridge Road, which has been built and is in operation, and the third was just 2649 Gordon Highway, which has not been built. My question today, sir, before this committee is to ask, when can we expect this fire station to be built? It was approved in 2015. I understand the process on for the collection of the SPLOST funds, but it's been 6 years come this November 3rd, 2021 will be 6 years. And we all continually notate that particular area of District 3, or Augusta, Georgia, that is the fastest growing area in Augusta, Georgia. I've been living in that area now for 15, 16 years, and I can attest that it is. We got homes going up, townhomes, apartments going up, and we need that fire station. So again, I'm here today to ask this body, this committee, policymakers, when can we expect to have our fire station?
And I think those are valid questions to ask, and let's see if we can't get some answers for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. McKnight, would you like to proceed, please?
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Germany. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I came on board back in January, and I have received many calls and emails about this fire station as well. And one of the problems that was faced back during July was some firework issues, and somebody had called, and it took them over 30 minutes or so to get to the house. And this fire station was over off of Flowing Wells Road. So as a new commissioner for District 3, I'd like to see what we can do to get this fire station going. I do know that Fire Station 20, got built before Fire Station, this one in District 3, and I would like to, like Mr. Germany, to be able to give my constituents some kind of answer as to when we can start this project. Do we want to call Mr.
Prepared to
Fire Chief,
answer,
Mr.
prepared to respond to the commission if it if found appropriate by the chair. All righty. So apparently there hadn't been an update on this fire station or really on SPLOST 7 in quite some time. So honored to present that to you, and we'll close my comments with just some of the things that we're doing differently for all of your SPLOST projects versus what has been done in the past. For SPLOST 7, you actually had about $7.5 million in SPLOST 7 allocated to 3 fire stations. And so I think one issue and why we approach SPLOST differently for SPLOST 8 and the allocations is because what we have learned is that allocation just does not get you 3 fire stations. The total cost for fire station number 2 was about $3.8 million, a little over that. For Fire Station 20, the total cost was about $3.5 million, actually a little under that, $3.477. So those, in addition to that, to date, on Fire Station 3, about $125,000 has been spent for the design of that fire station, so there has been some activity on it. But as you can see, the bulk of those funds for the 3 fire stations or that which was allotted has been expended. So the $7.5 million simply does not get you 3 fire stations. The Fire Station 3 was actually pushed to the end of the 3 because it was discovered that after the land was purchased, there was some soil issues that require remediation before the project could be built. And so what we have learned is it would cost about the projections, and these are old projections, much older than my arrival, and I guess the current fire chief's arrival as well, is that the remediation alone would cost you about $1 million for that current location. And so as we look at the estimates that have been received to build fire station number 3, it would cost you in between about $3.5 to $3.8 million, and that does not include the soil remediation. Right now, there's about $80,000 left in SPLOST 7 that is available for these 3 projects. So as you see, it's currently underfunded. Now, what we are doing is looking at a variety of different ways to be able to finalize and complete the project. But based on the expenditures of the first 2 fire stations, there is not currently enough funding for fire station number 3.
Okay, before I go to my commissioners, let me ask you this. Is there any way that we can use some of the rescue funds for that?
Not for the construction of a fire station, but when we look at the actual projected revenue losses, if we have revenue losses and we utilize revenue recovery, once we fill in our holes, we might be able to reallocate some of those funds. So we just don't know that yet, but you cannot use outside of water and sewer infrastructure improvements and broadband, you cannot technically use the American Rescue Plan funds for capital projects.
Okay, District 5 Commissioner, please.
Yes, sir. He's pretty much answered my questions, but in looking at SPLOST 8, not calling any particular names or what have you, if we don't use monies for particular projects, we may be able to come back and do 3 with recaptured funds that aren't used in SPLOST 8, correct?
Yes, that's correct. And I think while it may be a bit early from there, I think there are some conversations that are being had of how we can realign some of those projects and adjust available funds in 8. And so, yes, an action from the commission could at that time be utilized to resolve this issue. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
District 6 Commissioner.
May I say this, sir? You can't hear.
Yes.
May I say this? I just think we need to sit down and have a conversation, give you some time to sit down and look at it. I think I think it can be done. I just think we need to get a minute to sit down and look at how we can get to 3.5 million for 3. And we're not gonna do it today, but it can be done.
Just a caveat to make sure, the projections of building the fire station without remediation is about 3.5 to 3.8 million. When you add in the remediation, we're looking at about $5 million. But again, we are working to resolve that, and so we should be able to bring something to the commission in the future. I won't necessarily say the near future because it would be tied to potentially splost aid and some other things that we need to move around. But yes, sir.
Is that it? Okay, Commissioner Hassan?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Administrator, in the fire, doesn't have a fund balance?
Yes.
Okay, so in that fund balance, you couldn't begin that process, because like you said, we are talking about $5 million to try to get that process started. I mean, you know, as opposed to, because we wait for SPLOST 8, that could be another 3 or 4 years before you even get started. Do they have the money in fund balance?
Well,
is that an option?
Well, I would caution us on hopping to an option right now today. I would say I wouldn't think it would take 3 to 4 years on SPLOST 8. I think there are a couple of negotiations that may be able to free up some funds that we've been able to speak to the commission about. I think additionally, when we look at the fire fund balance, there is a reason why that balance is growing, and it may be a combination of different funds for which we will resolve this problem. We've just got our new capital projects manager, Mr. Lampkin, has joined us, so he's looking at these items pretty closely. And so we don't have a resolution today, but I would just ask for a little bit of time so that we can further look at this long-standing problem and bring a new solution to the commission.
Okay, well, okay, in closing with that, you might have said it, but I just want to ask this question just for the record. With the SPLOST 8, if you're waiting on that, what is going to be the impact on those projects on SPLOST 8 if you decide just to wait on that? What's going to be the impact on those projects that's already been allocated as well?
It wouldn't just be multiple projects in SPLOST 8. I think there's one that we might have an opportunity to resolve that might be able to create some leeway for this project. But in addition to SPLOST 8, again, you mentioned the fire fund balance, there are other funds, and then once we do the revenue recapture for the American Rescue Plan, that might open up some things as well. But I mean, this is a fairly new item that was brought to my attention, and just simply wouldn't be backed into the corner to give an answer today. What I did want to do after seeing it on the agenda, and again, I had no conversations with anyone about this, we simply saw it on the agenda, did the research, and so that is the status currently. And now our posture is to move forward with finding a solution that fits the commission. With 3 days' notice, we didn't have enough time to do that.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Son. Mr. Williams?
Yes, sir. Just throwing this out. Is there a possibility we can do a bond and then pay ourselves back? Just a question.
Again, I think we're going to look at all of those options, but as you just heard from our partners at Davenport, how we leverage our borrowing power, you know, is something that we need to be extremely cautious of right now. We've got some really big picture projects, and some of those will be closing soon, which would open up, you know, that opportunity more. So again, I would simply ask for a little bit of time brought to us, I think by the gentlewoman from District 3, put it on the agenda today. We've given the update on the status of where it is now, and now that we know that status, we'll bring back a solution post-haste.
Mr. Franham?
I think he just kind of answered, but I was just saying that, like, number one, I can't remember why the commission did the first 2 fire stations instead of District 3 because of the growth. So I'm kind of trying to remember why we went downtown and Gordon first instead of to District 3 with the growth. But I'd love to, when you bring back, like, I'd love to see, like, number one, where the closest fire station is, and then let's talk about the area that in District 3 with the growth and how much population is out there, because I do think this needs to be a top priority for those citizens there and out of Fort Gordon area. So, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. McKnight, would you like to close us out?
Yes, sir. I'm going to reiterate exactly what my colleagues have said, but Mr. Donald, will it be possible for you and I to sit down like pretty soon and get this out so that we can get this
Yeah,
moving?
listen, I'm always available. Anytime you call, email, or set up a meeting, I'm ready to respond. I will tell you it's going to take us a little bit of time, though, to identify $5 million in a very tight budget. So I would ask for a couple of weeks to be able to give some attention to it with some of our new and existing staff, and then we'd be able to, one, bring it back to you, but also talk to the commission in a public setting in the same way that we're doing today.
And then that way I can follow up. Once we do sit down and discuss this, I'll follow up and put it back on the
Absolutely.
commission. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Knight. To close out, Mr. Administrator, thank you for diving into this and trying to identify some funds that we can probably get this started with, because District 3 is the fastest growing district, and that corridor out there has grown by leaps and bounds.
Yes, sir.
And it's still growing, by the way. We've got some new things going on out there, and we desperately need protection for our citizens out there. So thank you for trying to move forward to help us identify with this, and we'll look forward to a report from you very soon.
Yes, sir.
Can I get a motion to receive as information, please?
Second.
Vote. Thank you, Mr. Germany.
Thank you, Mr. Germany, as well.
Thank you, Mr. Germany.
That will conclude public safety. Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
King Hassan.
Yeah, we're gonna do. I'm gonna do administrative and engineer at the same time. That all right with you? That's about the engineering services ready to get started, if you don't mind.
Yeah, here we got somebody else.
Is that in? Huh? I'm doing administrative services. I did?
Yeah.
Well, I was gonna do both of them since y'all don't want me to do both of them. Ms. Bond, I do administrative services, please. Ms. Bond, are there
Yes,
any additional deletions?
No, sir.
Are we deleting agenda item number 1, sir?
We have a couple of.
I think Mr. Rogers is here, and so at least we'll let him have a few words. I don't want to. No, let me do the consent first, please, if you don't mind. Go to consent, item number 5, item number 6, and item number 9. Can I get a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Sir. Sir.
Voted, sir.
Do we actually need to do number 3?
Number 3 is yes, update on the status of the partners. Yeah, I don't, because there may be something new that we don't know since the other day.
Yes, sir. No problem.
Okay.
Second.
Ms. Bonner voting.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Item number 10.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
That motion carries unanimously.
And Ms. Bond, I'm going to go back to item number 10, please, and forward it to the next to the commission meeting without any objections.
I beg your pardon, sir.
Item number 10.
Item number 10.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Item number 10 is Mr. Joe Jones regarding McCullough Townhomes United House of Prayer.
What is, Mr. Chairman? What is the? What is this about?
Well, it's about taxes. Unless y'all want to come back to the committee cycle. You want to come back to the committee cycle?
No, I'm just because we did an agenda item like this on public services, and I'm just trying to understand why mine wasn't on this or that one wasn't on this. Kind of the same area.
Well, this item is more about taxes. I definitely have a problem if you want to just forward it back next to the committee cycle. We'll just send it back to the next committee cycle, Ms. Bonner.
Item number 10.
And item number
was a
10.
request. Well, it was from Commissioner Dennis Williams. We didn't have any background
Okay,
on it,
okay.
and he just requested that it
Okay,
be
I was
placed on
just-
administrative services.
I got you.
Right, and I asked before this meeting that the item be referred to the full commission with our recommendation.
Hold on. But, okay, but my point is, Commissioner, I mean, now that I think about it, it needs to go to the committee cycle. You're avoiding committee cycle, though.
Committee cycle is fine with me.
So that would be the next committee meeting?
Yes, ma'am.
Not
Okay.
next week, week after.
I'm sorry.
Do I need to make a motion to that effect, or is that part of the?
We can do it
With the
with
joint- Okay.
with unanimous consent if the committee is okay with that.
Yep.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead, Ms. Bonner.
to approve moving this to the next committee meeting without objection from the committee, is that?
Yes, ma'am, without objections.
Okay. So where are we headed now, sir?
Item, we're gonna let, Mr. Corey Rogers is here. Mr. Rogers, state your name and your address, please.
Can I read the
Yes, ma'am.
caption, please? Item number 1 is presentation on the final report from the Mayor's Task Force on Confederate Monuments. Mr. Corey Rogers.
Thank you, Ms. Bonner, and thank you, Commissioners. Corey Rogers. I was co-chair of the Mayor's Task Force in 2020. I'm here with Dr. John Hayes, who is a fellow member of that task force. You all may recall that earlier this year, I gave a...
Before you get started, I just want
Yes,
to make
sir.
mention that is the Mayor's Task Force.
Yes.
And so he was questioning why it was on here. He didn't put it on here. And the mayor did. The mayor did. And so I don't know how far you want to go into it. You just want to give us an update. What's your intentions today? That's my question.
I see.
Okay.
So actually our intentions today, since I gave the first report in January as a point of information, we wanted to sort of come back to this issue and see where the commission stands on some of the recommendations we made in that task force recommendation. Of course, most of you know by now that the federal government has moved forward with taking the names off of all military installations, ships, and the like. And so we wanted to see at the local level where we stood and if we could possibly move forward as well.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna do something. Commission, would you like to go ahead and just let him make his presentation? My committee cycle? Yes. Go ahead. Go ahead, Corey.
Can I speak, Commissioner?
Yes, sir. Go
Fine?
ahead.
I think I'm fine with the presentation. My concern is how did the agenda item get on the agenda if it didn't go through the mayor and it didn't go through a department head? Like, how can anybody just put something on the agenda? That's my concern.
I think we got another item on here that Commissioner Fenoy might have put on here as well. Former Commissioner.
No,
Fenoy.
but it has to be put on by either a commissioner or department head.
Go ahead,
Like,
Ms.
how
Bond.
does that even just happen where an agenda item just gets on?
Yes, sir. Back in January, as Mr. Rogers stated, he did present this matter to the commission, which you all received as information. They submitted it then. Commission Rules of Procedure said you cannot come back on the same issue after a 90-day period. It has been 90 days, so the task force did have the opportunity to request that it be placed back on.
Okay.
So it's in
Okay.
accordance with our rules and procedures.
I got you. Thank you.
Mhm.
Go ahead, Mr. Rogers.
So I just want to speak very quickly on.
You put your name and address, sir.
John Hayes, 1838 McDowell Street, Augusta, Georgia 30904. Just want to speak very briefly on 4 reasons why I believe the commission should adopt the task force recommendations. First reason would be the democratic argument. A critical mass of people want the Confederate monument moved. So in the summer of 2020, a petition quickly made the rounds and garnered 10,000 signatures. It was on the heels of that that Mayor Davis announced that he would be creating a task force to study the matter, right? The second argument would be the economic argument. Augusta can't tuck its head in the sand and act like other communities around the South are not dealing with this issue, okay? And with an increasing reinvestment in the downtown, it just plain old looks backwards. It's bad for business, okay? Third would be the moral argument that's just the right thing to do, okay? So back in 1878, the people that created the monument they thought they were doing the right thing. They thought the Confederate States of America was the best country they could ever think of. On the monument, they put, "No nation rose so white and fair, none fell so pure of crime." Okay? We're not stuck with that. We can say in 2021, 160 years after the Civil War started, we don't want that on a public street, right? We don't need it. And then the final argument I make would just be the civic morale argument. I'm sure I'm not telling the commission anything new when I say that there's a lot of cynicism and negativity about the commission. I've heard it for 10 years living here. They don't do anything. They just bicker, this kind of stuff. I don't think that's fair. Okay, but here is a chance to do something. You could say in 2021, we don't want to have that monument in public space anymore. We're going to take one of the oldest and boldest monuments to the Confederacy, and we're going to put it in the cemetery where it belongs. I think that would boost civic morale. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead. Corey, go ahead if you have something you want to say.
No, I just wanted to just sum up. John mentioned, Dr. Hayes mentioned the Broad Street Monument, but we would also like for, and I just wanted to reiterate that there were several points of interest that we included in the task force recommendations. So not only the two monuments, one on Green Street, one on Broad Street, but we also looked at some of the signage in Augusta from John C. Calhoun Expressway to Gordon Highway. And we would hope that the commission at some point in the very near future would vote on some of our recommendations. Thank you.
Corey, I have a question for you, Mr. Rogers.
Yes.
In terms of, I know this, if I'm not mistaken, I'm trying to reach back into my memory bank now and looking over this over the weekend. There are also some differences in terms of you talking about changing the name of Gordon Highway, Fort Gordon, and some streets. Can these things, not just the streets, but the monument potential movements and things, can these be done in stages in terms of what you're doing and not all be voting at the very same time? Approved, does it need to be approved and be implemented in stages?
We didn't specify within the 40-page report, but I would think that we would use best practices. So if it's in our best interest to do it in stages, then I would recommend that.
Okay. Attorney Brown, I have a question. If none of my colleagues on this time, but Mr. Knight, I'll go to you next. We have some persons that are opposed here. Are we obligated to at least let one of them have a say-so on this?
Well, this is not a public hearing. It's prerogative of the chair.
Okay. Well, I will allow one person just one person to speak, as opposed to this. Who's opposed? Y'all choose one person.
Mr. Gamble.
For the record, my name is Russ Gamble. I live at 1408 Glen Avenue, Augusta, Georgia, 30904. I am currently president of the Save You Monuments in Augusta organization. We have over 3,000 members. To say that the majority of people in this city want to spend the money when we have a budget deficit to relocate this piece of art that's downtown is a fallacy. It's ludicrous. The majority of the people in this city, including the descendants of the black people who donated to build the monument, want it as it is. We are prepared, if the council decides to violate state law 50-3-1, to exercise our legal rights and sue. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Commissioner. Excuse me. I have a couple questions, more so for our attorney. The gentleman raised a good point about the legality of removing the monument from downtown and other recommendations from the mayor's task force. I know that there were some questions about if these monuments were on city property, could we do it without going through the legislature? Because I know when we were talking about Calhoun and other things, we had to go through the legislature. All kinds of things had to happen here. So my question is, what authorities do we have as a local government to move on some of these recommendations? That's my first question.
I have not taken a look at the recommendations, Commissioner, in that the commission has not yet
Can the city move monuments that are on city property?
I will be happy to get back and give you my opinion on that matter. You're simply asking, if a Confederate monument is solely on city property, does the local jurisdiction have the right to remove it?
Yes, sir.
I will get you an answer to that.
Okay. Second question is funding source. So say that we have full authority to remove monuments that are on our own property. I couldn't see why we don't have that authority, but I'm sure we'll figure that out here soon. But say that the verdict came back that we did have the authority to do so. What funding source would we have to be able to remove monuments or replace signage or whatever the case may be? I know we may not want to get deep into a funding conversation today, but I know that the task force identified a funding source through their findings. So, Mr. Chairman, I don't know what direction you want to go into, but I would just like to know what funding source did they identify, and maybe does it align with what the city may say. But I'll leave that to the chairman's discretion to
Yeah, that'd be the administrator. Mr. Administrator, you want to address that?
Yeah, so it's been a while since I looked back at the report, so I'm not as familiar with the funding sources identified by the task force, but I would always lean on staff's recommendation versus external sources. Right now, and I think you mentioned both having it done immediately or in phases. Without knowing what the commission's position is, once the commission directed staff to move forward with a potential removal, then we would either identify funding sources within the fiscal year that are available, or we would include such in the upcoming FY22 budget so that we would be able to remove them as we move forward in the future year. So the commission has not taken any action, but the short answer is, if directed, we would be able to facilitate a removal.
Okay. I was going to make Mr. Attorney, I'm going to ask your opinion on this. I was about to make a motion to approve, to begin to take action on this, send it to the commission. Based on your comment to my colleague, Commissioner Johnson, instead of give you an opportunity to look at this, would you refer that I make a motion to move this to the full commission without a recommendation?
Well, Commissioner, the agenda item is just a presentation. There is no actionable request. So I'm not sure what motion you were referring to.
Well, I was going to make a motion to begin to act on this, to make a decision, to make some decisions, and answer the question. Based on what he was saying, could we move them?
I do not think that the public has been given proper notice for there to be an action on this matter. It simply stated there will be a presentation. People who would have wanted to oppose or comment on proposed action may not be here because there's no notice that this was an actionable item. So therefore, it could be moved to the commission, and if you had a motion, my recommendation would be within the time period allotted for commissioners to add items to the agenda, you would add your item so that the public would be getting notice of a possible action that may occur.
Yeah, just put it on the agenda. You can put it on the agenda if you wanted to.
We'll forward to the full commission without a recommendation.
Commissioner, if I may ask.
Yes.
He asked.
Do you
because I'm hearing what you're saying, Mr. Brown, is in the presentation.
Yes, sir.
But the commission quite often take and make adjustments. It's just a framework here. If the commission decide to turn it to an actionable item, I think we have that right to do so. And that's all I was doing. But I did also use a caveat there to say, based on my colleague's question, does it benefits us to say just pass the full commission without a recommendation for you to get an answer to his question. So I was moving it and turning it into an actionable item.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Ms. Bonner.
Are you?
No, I'm waiting on you, sir. You, as chairman, of course, that motion can't come from you. but the committee certainly can make that motion. Or you can refer it to the full commission with no recommendation without objection. So that would be your two options.
And that I was doing actually to forward without a recommendation.
Okay.
So, sir, I'll do that. I'll make the motion that we put it on the commission agenda without a recommendation.
Second.
Still ready.
You got a question, Commissioner Sean Frampton? Go ahead.
Want to follow up on Commissioner Johnson's question. This is for the attorney. If you could bring this back next week as well. Is commissioners violating state law by approving the movement of monuments? Are we as commissioners violating state law?
Is that a?
I'm asking you to bring that back next week on whether we are, unless you know that answer now.
No, I consider that the same question that he
Okay.
asked.
Well, I think it, coming directly at us differently.
Oh, you
than,
mean the commissioners are subject to personal responsibility or liability by doing it? Is that what you're asking?
Well, the oath of office, are we violating state law? That's what I mean. So if you can just bring that answer next week.
Okay, I got it.
Okay.
Thank you.
I've got a question.
Go ahead, Ms. Catherine.
Yes, Mr. Attorney. Let me ask you this. Is it something that maybe could be put on the November election where people can weigh in, where the citizens can weigh in on this? Or I just wanted to know on legal standpoint.
That probably wouldn't be discussed with probably by the Board of Election, but I believe you're asking or not. I guess you're suggesting that this matter be a matter of a referendum for citizens. That will be the prerogative of the commission to decide that.
Thank you.
It'd be up to you, you and your colleagues if they want to decide to do so.
Well, I just thought I'd ask you to see where that would go. It might be something we can look at.
It's possible if you get 6 votes to do so.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Ms. Bonner is checking out something now with the attorney.
Mr. Chairman, can I get a point of clarity?
Yes, sir. Go ahead, sir.
The attorney asked us to put it on the agenda versus making a motion out of this presentation. Is that correct, Mr. Attorney? You would rather us put it on the agenda as a single commissioner or however versus approving this agenda item today as an action item because of the way it states?
Yes.
Thank you.
And that's what excuse me, to the point, that's what I asked you, Mr. Attorney. I asked you, should we just forward this on and let you just answer that question, or should I make a motion to get it approved or something? I asked you the options, and you didn't give me an option, so I just took an action.
No, what I thought I had communicated was that in that it is only here as a presentation and therefore would not give notice to the public that an action will be taken, that what could be done is that you or any of your colleagues as a commission to have it properly situated for next week's meeting before the full commission was to place your actionable motion on the agenda before 9 o'clock on Thursday, which is allowed for by commissioners.
Okay, but I was still, but what was most important to me, okay, I got that part.
Okay.
But my real part was about the question that Commissioner Jordan Johnson asked you, should we do either or? And I was going to defer to you getting an answer before we even make a motion about that. And so when you didn't do that, that's how I went to the second thing to try to just make a motion without a recommendation. So I'll defer to you getting an answer on that.
I think I got it.
Okay, but we got a motion, right? We're gonna vote on the motion?
The motion is just send it to the commission, let him get an answer on Commissioner Jordan's question. Because all of this is moot if he comes back and says, well, you can't do anything.
Yeah, but he could have that next week.
Huh?
Well, he can have that next week. We can sit there and debate this all day, Commissioner.
And I'm trying to get out of the way. He says that just a presentation, and it said the action item because he wanted to notice the community. If you're gonna approve it as an item, he's saying that you haven't notified the community. So you're walking a tightrope here. So.
I think Mr. Chairman, I think we need to receive his information and let the commissioner put it on the agenda if that's their choosing, based on the attorney.
Ms. Bonner, put it back on the, receive that information, but put it back on the agenda. Can I get a motion to put it back, receive this information?
So moved.
And Ms. Bonner, put it back on the agenda for next week to let the public weigh in on it, if that's what my attorney said we need to do.
Next week?
So we're voting.
On the substitute motion to receive his information.
Yes.
Mhm. We need Mr.
I believe someone said the king didn't say vote. I'm a snitch today.
I did say vote. What y'all doing? What you call that thing, Ms. Bonner?
Running the coup on the king.
Yeah, they run a coup. There you go. I'm looking for that word. That's the word I'm looking for.
All right, that was unanimous.
Okay.
So,
Item number 2, Ms. Bonner.
item number 2 is staff will provide public update to the commission related to the implementation of Vax Up Augusta to include an update on the status of partner MOUs, program rollout, and general program projections.
Mr. Hassan.
Yes, sir.
I'm trying to match my thing where my name would come up. It just, there it go, it just popped up.
Oh, so I thought I had you taken out of the system.
Hey, you probably did. I had to put it back, I had to type it back in there.
You got connections, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
You got connections.
All the way to New York.
New Jersey,
Oh,
New
yeah, I
Jersey.
don't know if I saw it. Mr. Chairman, whenever you're ready, I will proceed.
Go ahead, sir, Mr. Chair, Mr. Administrator.
All righty, so just to provide a quick update for the Augusta Rescue Plan and providing the Administrative Services Committee, just highlighting that we have approved the overall framework for Augusta's response to assisting residents and businesses in the pandemic. While we have only approved 2 specific projects within that, for the edification of the public, just highlighting that the framework was approved on Thursday, August 19th of 2021, of how we will administer, or the process for administering the $82 million in ARPA funding. Our areas are focused on the public health response to COVID-19 to address the negative impacts, the economic impacts that include households and small businesses, and we're providing public safety pay and premium pay to employees who are assisting in the mitigation of this public health emergency. In addition to that, I think you asked about capital related and infrastructure projects. Those that are eligible, are clearly eligible within the law, are water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure only. For us, I'm continuing to attempt to leverage all of our partners from around the state and really across the nation to make sure that the commission knows exactly what's going on, and in some instances how you are leading the country in our decisions. And so we worked with our partners, requested ACCG do 2 survey responses on our behalf. So this is related to Georgia's 159 counties only. We had 86 of them respond, and there are 36 counties who are not offering the premium pay subsidies. There are about 15 counties that are either undecided or still developing their plans. And of the responders, that does not include Augusta, there are 14 others who are doing a variety of different things. Some are providing a one-time installment of $5,000. Others are providing a one-time installment payment with public safety giving a higher amount. Others are leveraging a sliding scale with public safety receiving about $5,000 and other essential workers receiving less, which, you know, our plan is a little bit less than that, but broader and more inclusive. In addition to that, just giving a snapshot of the 21 who have already, in addition to the 14 that have passed their plan similar to what we did, there are 21 who have actually already provided the premium pay, and this is just a snapshot of what they have done. Moving forward, I think, again, just providing as much information as possible to the commission, but we also asked the same of vaccination survey results, as it was thought that there were not others who were interested. That has been disproven. I'll speak about what the governor has done recently as well, but counties with public vaccination incentives that are underway or planned, which do not include us. There are 3 others, including, I think you guys are very familiar with, Athens, Clarke County. And so there are some who are doing $100 gift cards through vaccination events. That's DeKalb County. Anyone, not just those who are fully vaccinated, but those who receive a single shot, receive $100 under that plan. There are $250,000 from Athens Clarke County that was allocated to the health department for a vaccination campaign, with, again, a $100 gift card per shot, in addition to the $250,000 administrative fee. There are 12 counties who have vaccination incentives for their employees, which we have not addressed or recommended here, but could be consideration for the commission. So some have given everything from 1 additional day of vacation. Others have given $500 per a full-time employee. What I thought was interesting, they also provided $500 per spouse, which means that that entire household would technically be vaccinated. Full-time employees, $500, part-time employees, $250, and then there are other ranges throughout the process. There has been one county commission, which I believe is also Athens, who has not made a decision, but is looking at, they've directed their manager to develop a vaccine mandate that would take place by September 1st. And so they've not made a decision on that, but I know that they are looking at it. And there are a couple of other counties who are looking at mandates for employees. It's under discussion, but no decision has been made. For Augusta, as we promised, and I want to make sure I have my dates correct, but at the 19th meeting, Commissioner Frantum asked when would the effective date be and how long would it take us to roll out. As I mentioned in that public meeting, but surprisingly saw it reported incorrectly in our local news media, it would become effective on April 19th, meaning anyone who received a shot from our authorized vendors would be able to be eligible on August 19th. But it would take us 3 weeks to roll out that program. And so we are ahead of schedule, because that date of the program being fully up and running, or at least up and running, would be September 9th. And so I'll just kind of highlight to you that we are on track and we will be ahead of schedule when we actually implement the program. And so I'll probably just repeat that again to make sure that you're able to read about it and see it on the news correctly this evening. So August 19th, those who receive a shot from those that we have agreements with will be able, they are eligible from the time that you raise your hand on the 19th. But our program will officially roll out no later than September the 9th. We're calling it Vax Up Augusta. We're using the frame "It's Worth a Shot." I think we saw Commissioner Clark with his "It's Worth a Shot" T-shirt on today. We have allocated $1.5 million to this process. The program includes providing a $100 incentive to Richmond County residents who are fully vaccinated, meaning they have to receive their second shot or a single shot of Johnson & Johnson. And we hope that the incentive will help us reach 10,000 people. So that you know, we are leveraging the VaxUp at AugustaGA.gov, where people have questions, concerns, or insights if they want information. We monitor that between 4 p.m. and 6 p.m. every day so that we can respond within 24 hours. And we have updated the COVID-19 page on our website. So if people want more information on all of our COVID activities, it's readily available. And thanks to our IT team for updating that and getting all of the information. And it's a growing site, so we expect to have more information on almost everyday basis. In addition to that, just wanted to give a quick snapshot because while our deadline is September 9th to roll out, we have a September 8th vaccination event that we are working on releasing to the public. And the good news that I have for you today is that during this meeting, I received executed agreements from Medical Associates Plus, as well as the Richmond County Health Department, for which I will hand to my partner, the attorney, so that he can initial, and we will get them to the mayor today, and he will be able to execute, and we will have 2 vendors who are readily available to begin that process. So again, ahead of schedule and really complying with the wishes and goals of and directives of the commission. In addition to that, we are awaiting an agreement with Christ Community Health, which hopefully we will receive today, if not over the next couple of days. And we've had conversations with AU amongst others. So we potentially will have up to 5 providers, up to 4 providers, but today we have 2 that have entered in their agreements and is waiting on Augusta's signature to make sure that we're able to roll out on the 8th. Just to close out and kind of highlight what our public advertising and outreach looks like, we have a page again that is listed all of the COVID-19 resources. So one, we provide people insights on what symptoms are as they continuously are updated by the CDC, what folks should do both inside of government and outside of government if they become sick. What does self-quarantining mean and how can folks properly do so? What type of prevention activities are recommended by the CDC? Our Augusta Recovery Plan information as it exists today. And in addition to that, the general information on our vaccine incentive program. We also, because the rental assistance issue is one that is also tied to the pandemic, we want to make sure that that is everywhere so folks take advantage of it as we move closer to the moratorium ending. And so that rental assistance information is there, as well as the ability to call 311. And so I believe that that will end the update related to our VaxUp Augusta program and also provide our public with the correct information about our timelines and implementation. So with that, Mr. Chair, I'll take any questions that you may have or any members of the committee or commission.
Yes, sir. Are you conversing with any other vendors such as AU? You mentioned AU.
Yes, sir. So those are just the ones that we have those agreements with. We've reached out to everyone. And so we are hearing from different folks. I think, different people have different folks that they have to go to. I'll use AU as an example. I believe they have to get a sign off, let's say, from the Board of Regents, which is a little different than the Department of Public Health. And so we're at different stages, but ahead of schedule, we have 2 vendors that have completed the MOUs and come to that agreement. And so those are in place now, or at least they will be with the mayor's signature, and we will be able to begin our program on time.
Commissioner Franklin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm sorry, I apologize if I missed this, but my quick question was, when will we get an updated number on August 19th until, I know it says the program starts 8th, but technically, it started back on the 19th. Like,
Yeah,
when
so they
you said,
will be
is it
providing-
30-day increments or 45-day?
That's right. We'll be requesting reporting in 30-day increments, but of course it would be 30 days after that month closes. And I can give you a little bit of insight, which I left out. And what we're projecting as we break down these agreements, for the first installment, we would be looking at the Department of Public Health. I think they're looking at about 3,300 full vaccinations would be the goal from that agreement. And for Medical Associates Plus, that one is about 1,500 full vaccinations. Now, mind you, while they will be providing the full vaccinations, folks who will be getting their first dose would be included as well. So you would get robust information on everyone who has received their vaccination at the various stages.
But as we talked about, like pivoting if we don't see, because I believe like going more into like the churches and things like, but we'll get those numbers of like 2 weeks after the 30-day mark at
Correct.
a commission or a committee meeting, like how many have gotten their 2 shots with this
Correct.
program kind of thing?
That is correct.
Okay, that's what I thought. Thank you.
Any other questions? Motion to receive this, can I get a motion to receive this information?
So moved.
Voting.
That motion carries unanimously.
Number 3, please.
Number 3 is to approve the sole source procurement from Downtown Decoration, Inc. in the amount of $118,375 for Broad Street Christmas decor.
Can I get a motion to approve?
So moved. Second.
Voting, Ms. Bonner.
Santa's helpers. That motion carries unanimously.
Item number 4, Ms. Bonner.
Item 4, discuss the homeless situation in Richmond County. Ms. McKnight.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Bonner and
Yeah, go
Mr.
ahead.
Chairman. I
Commissioner.
wanted to go ahead and say there's some slides I'm going to show, and then we can have a little quick discussion. I know everybody's ready to get out of here. We have a problem over here on, I'm going to say this is over off Washington Road. A gentleman, the other picture that you'll be showing, yeah. But what's going on is business offices off of Boy Scout Road are being used as, they're using the hose. Homeless are coming over and using the business hoses and washing their hair and bathing. And I didn't even show you the video that I'd gotten from one of the owners that has his business over there where homeless had pretty much undressed himself. And we've got to do something. And this is happening all over, not just downtown, but it's on Washington Road, it's on Wrightsboro Road, it's everywhere. And this is downtown. This is a gentleman downtown laying there, nowhere to go. And so I would like to know what we can do fairly quickly to get this issue resolved. And I'm hoping to hear from my colleague from the 1st, since he is on head of task force, homeless task force.
Commissioner Frampton.
Thank you. And Ms. McKnight, thank you for bringing this forward. Let me first say that the homeless task force is doing a great job. I think having Linda Bars leading the charge is first class, the person to be, because she knows this area. And I feel confident that y'all are going to come out with some a path forward, the big picture path forward, and it's needed. I know that y'all went to Columbus last week and got some great things from that, and I appreciate y'all leading the charge. I hate I couldn't been there, so I appreciate what y'all are doing. Now, I'm going to focus a little bit on District 7. It was mentioned, but I'm just going to mention a few things that's happened in District 7 and then ask some questions about hopefully a path forward quicker than a long-term solution, just because I think sometimes when we have committees, they're big elephants, and maybe we can take one little bite of the elephant to get something in place to make a difference. When you look in District 7, Commissioner McKnight mentioned a few of these things, but we've had a house break-in with a homeless person that had a knife. We've had a purse stolen out of the cookout line while they were in the drive-thru. We've had multiple people walking out into Washington Road, and pictures you've seen all over the internet. She talked about taking the shower at the business. The old plum crazy on Bertram Road. We've had people inside the building. There's a fire out in the parking lot. I have pictures of all of this, as well as multiple people in backyards behind the Kroger area. There's little camps of them. Starbucks recently met with law enforcement because of basically these people, homeless people in the district, asking for money a lot to their customers, hanging out inside their business. We've had multiple hotel managers. Commissioner Johnson was a part of one a few months ago where this homeless person was on top of the structure into a backyard, calling out the neighbor's daughter or son. I can't remember. I think it was daughter. We've had them laying at bus stops on Washington Road, and this just isn't Washington Road, but it seems like right now that it's a significant increase in the last 60 or 90 days on Washington Road. And so I believe that we must, protect the quality of life for our residents, our business owners, and visitors, but we want to help them get off the streets, the homeless, and not more comfortable on the streets. So my first question is, and I'm not sure who to direct this to, I'll say the administrator, but we have a PATH team. Is the PATH team currently out there, and what is the PATH team doing? Can somebody, I'm not sure who, because I think the PATH team, the street team, they are vital in this because we have to hold these people accountable, and we got to know who's in our city. So that was kind of my first question of kind of like, where is the PATH team being utilized? How is it? What's going on?
Commissioner, I'll speak to that for a second. Thank you for the opportunity. So,
yeah.
Yes, our partners at Serenity that operate the PATH.
We can't understand you, if you don't mind.
Okay, sorry guys.
Thanks, Dan.
Thank you, sir. So yes, sir, the PATH team is operational. It is a relatively small force, that's staffed by Serenity with a focus on mental health in their outreach division. It's currently a 4-person team, and they largely focus on the downtown area. So we have highlighted in recent years, as we've discussed before, the increased prevalence in District 7, especially with unsheltered homelessness. So
yeah.
It's an existing resource. It is one that could stand to be buttressed based around conversations we've been having lately, closing that gap on touching people out in the community where they're experiencing homelessness is crucial. So I think that it is a resource that we could look to probably increase if we could.
Yeah. Is there any way to expand that team, or is there another organization that can help us? Or I guess that was kind of what.
I certainly can't speak for Serenity directly, but I think conceptually that is an effort that Linda's team at the Resource Center has begun to investigate where they can make some inroads to increase their efforts as an example. But yeah, it's something that from a practitioner standpoint, we have partners that could operate in that space if they had the necessary supports, I think.
Yeah, and so as a follow-up to that, we know that the ultimate goal is we need a day shelter here. We need to work job skills training. We need to get these people, housing, that sort of thing. I mean, one thing that I would hope that we would be able to do more vouchers maybe in the future, the housing vouchers. I know y'all talked about it down in Columbus a little bit as well. Do you think that there is a temporary solution on the day shelter piece with us, maybe a building we have somewhere downtown or somewhere, that we could help these people before we're able to build the big area to kind of start the process without, getting the new shelter?
Well, not to get in front of the task force, I know that's one of the subjects we want to take on in that environment, but I will say it's a resource we need, sir. As is evident, obviously visually, but also strategically, folks need an option, right?
Yeah.
And as a community, to your point about public safety, we do need an opportunity to hold people accountable, to not create encumbrances on their neighbors, but they need an option to choose from. So, and that's the lack of that resource presents right now. As you've probably heard, our law enforcement partners are working with our nonprofit community constantly because they don't want to criminalize the behavior, but it is an inconvenience, an encumbrance, and sometimes a safety issue for their neighbors, right? And so I would encourage that is a resource that I know in conversation with Commissioner Johnson, that's one of the topics we have definitely wanted to focus in on, is the need to increase capacity both overnight and in day shelters. And the more immediate need, quite honestly, to help create traction may be the day shelter. That's just my estimation. But I think that based on some conversations we've had at HCD, there are some resources in Augusta's inventory that could work for that. But I think the task force is the right environment to shape that correctly, if that's the will of the community to go that direction.
Yeah, and again, I'm not trying to supersede the task force, but in the same respect, this is an issue I think that as a commission, ultimately, we've got to push the ball down the field too, because I know that like having a new building and the cost and that sort of thing, it's going to take a while, but I do hope, with partners like Salvation Army, I know they're willing to come to the table to support those initiatives as well. So I would hope that we would push it a little bit faster than, like I said, a task force. I've been a part of a lot of these committees where it's tough to get everything you want, but sometimes you have to take a little bite of the apple. My next question is around the HCD component of what more could we do? Are there more resources? What other communities have done that we could help this situation moving forward?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, other members of the commission, Commissioner Franham, to specifically answer your question, I think that, of course, we know that, of course, this is a grave pandemic. I mean, it's just something that we've been talking about for years on years. And to that array, I think that HCD's infrastructure, the way that we see it, we set up from a supplemental service perspective. And I think to that end that we have some stopgaps, whether through partnership or whether in isolation. So we're prepared today to pretty much show you some of those things as to, how do we continue to progress while at the same time not losing faith of the long-term and mid-term goals. So I think we're ready to prepare to just show you exactly some ways in partnership and in isolation how that can happen. I think also, to that way, we will follow through the administrator, whatever the will of the commission, and I think the task force, we are speaking to that. But the eradication of homelessness is something that we live and something that we've been doing. So I don't want to just lead on the task force. I think that's great. But I think from our standpoint, there are some things that we're doing now that need to be highlighted, if you will allow us to highlight those things at this time.
And then there is funds to the American Rescue Plan towards this initiative. Is that correct, Administrator?
Yes, and I think we probably have to do a better job of delineating we'll call them the general American Rescue Plan funds, which are the $82 million, and the specific pot of funds from the American Rescue Plan that's been provided for housing and community development.
Yes, sir. We're prepared to talk about that today.
I think he's going to highlight those things.
No, sir. See, that's not what we're going to do, because we're talking about homelessness, and we have a homeless committee. And I think now if you're doing something, Hawthorne, you ought to be talking to the homeless committee. The administrator said there ought to be some things different. But those things, if you can do something immediately, that's ought to be talking to. But I'm going to go to Commissioner Jordan Johnson and answer that. I'm not going to let you make a presentation about this one. I'm not going to let you do that. Commissioner Johnson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will say I, for one, am extremely excited right now that this is a topic of conversation from this body. Unfortunately, it took this as being Washington Road's emergency to get the conversation going. But I would just say blank here that, this body responded to the death of Willie Walker and 3 other homeless men who were found dead due to hypothermia under bridges. They were so far gone to where their identity has yet to have been identified. We responded to that by forming a homeless task force. I'll tell you this. I understand that homelessness is on Washington Road, it's on Burton Road. We get it. But you come down to District 1 to Sibley Street. You come down to District 1 to Harrisburg. Come down to District 1 to East Augusta. Go to MLK Boulevard. Go to the historic areas, Mill Street, areas that your office is renovating. Come down here and count the amount of homeless people that you see. I guarantee you that it far outweighs the number of folks that you can count on Washington Road. This is not a Washington Road issue versus an inner city issue. This is a city issue. This is a community issue. And this task force has exhausted our efforts and will continue to exhaust our efforts to address this. The question was, what can be done? That's what this task force is doing. Let me say this, Mr. Chairman, and I'll wrap these comments up rather quickly. 17 years ago, August 2004, Mayor Bob Young formed the Homeless Task Force. That was 17 years ago. The adoption of a plan happened March 29, 2005. 16 years ago, Marion Williams was the mayor pro tem. He presided over the meeting. Richard Coleclaw made the motion to approve. Andy Cheeks seconded. It passed 9-0 with Tommy Bowles absent. 16 years ago was the last time that this body took action on homelessness from an official standpoint. My recommendation is that if we care as much about homelessness as we say we do, we would show up to these homeless task force meetings. We would get on these buses and go to Columbus. We meet every third Thursday of the month at the old government house to put plan to paper on how to address the folks living on the street. I have a homeless man living under my porch, right next to my house. And every morning he wakes me up singing My Sherry or More by Stevie Wonder. He's not on drugs, he's an alcoholic. So if anyone feels this sting, it's the commissioner, myself, and Williams, who are literally dealing with this issue every single day. We mentioned PATH, we mentioned Serenity, we mentioned Salvation Army. Well, guess what? They're at the table. They are actively at the table, regardless of who tells you something different. They are at the table. So to bring this up before the commission, I think is very unfortunate. I've received calls about redistricting. I've received calls about the elephant in the room. I've received calls about a lot. But one thing I've not received calls from my colleagues have been this homeless task force. So my recommendation is to let us do our job. It took 8 months for the task force back in 2004 to 2005 to come back with a recommendation. It may take us just as long. But when we come back with a recommendation, I believe it'll be a recommendation that this body will be proud of, that the city would be proud of, and that will get us to a far better place where homelessness is concerned in this city. But to do something now, or to have a robust conversation now, it's just wrong. And so that's just my comments. I want to thank those at HCD and the Homeless Task Force, our Action Plan Committee Chairperson, Linda Bars, who are all working every single day. Again, we're working, and we're going to come back with a recommendation. The pictures and the videos that you saw did not shock me because we see them every single day. If anybody want to go on a tour of the district, I'm happy to take you. If anyone want to go with me and Daniel out to these encampments, I'm willing to take you. But at the end of the day, we got it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, welcome, sir. Let me comment to why, because I hope I didn't, probably was rude, but and I apologize for that. Because simply one of the things that Commissioner Dennis Williams was sharing with a couple of us earlier today about going to Columbus, Georgia, is when they was there, how unified the different entities was, and as a result of that, they got something that's really, really worth duplicating. And what I hate to see as we had these problems today, if you know we have a homeless task force, you probably could have talked to the two principals to try to see how can we incorporate some emergency situations as opposed to us stranding our resources all over the place and we get nothing done. Nothing done. We don't need to see, that's why I say, well, how fun, he ought to be talking with Commissioner Jordan Johnson and try to see how those things work. Maybe it will. It's just the optics of it to come before and knowing that these are issues here. We already know what homeless look like. They just came back. I think they had a very good time there and don't want to see us to keep doing it like we are trampling each other about the same issues. At the end of the day, we unite behind something because it looked like we're too busy trying to figure out who's going to get the credit. And at the end of the day, our community and everybody else suffers. And those who need the service from us don't get the service because of the actions that we are taking and doing ourselves a disservice at the end of the day. So my position stands. I personally don't care to see it. I think you ought to show it to the Commissioner Johnson, Commissioner Dennis Williams, and allow them to see what you have, and it may assist them in where you want to go. Commissioner McKnight, you got anything you want to say?
That's it. Thank you for letting me speak.
Okay. Mr. Administrator, go ahead.
Yeah, just wanted to highlight something. The commission, is actually very exciting to hear that the commission is very unified on attacking homelessness, especially with the comments from Mr. Johnson, or Commissioner Johnson, about how long this has been an issue here in Augusta. What I did want to make sure that we kept the focus on is that while the Homeless Task Force is creating this big picture framework, and it really is the guiding light for Augusta in general, the Augusta, Georgia government is not the only entity that delivers homeless services. And so as we talk about those folks bringing those things together, our allotment of funding in comparison to all of the resource available for homelessness is really a drop in the bucket. And so we have been carrying on day-to-day activities through HCD, but there are other folks who are at the table, have to be at the table, and in some instances chiefly responsible for delivering services. And so I just want to make sure that as we look at homelessness, we look at it as that team effort, which it sounds like all of you are referring to, and HCD is one, albeit a small part of that broader conversation. So I just wanted to make sure that as we highlight what can Augusta do in this conversation, I think what Augusta does is bigger than our one agency. It's Augusta as all of our partners.
Thank you. Can I get a motion to receive this information?
I did want to make one comment.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay. Yeah, my final comment is, it doesn't matter what you do, because a lot of these people, they actually want to be on the streets. And some people don't want to be saved. And so it doesn't matter what you do. Homelessness has a lot of holes in it. It doesn't matter if you build tiny homes. It doesn't matter if you allow them to go to May Park and be heated. It doesn't matter if you clothe them or feed them. Some people want to be on the street, and it's just something that you can't solve. So we're not going to be able to solve all of the homelessness problems. Thank you.
Okay. Can a motion receive this information? Do I already have one? Second.
That motion carries unanimously.
Number 7, Ms. Bonner.
Item number 7 is a discussion of the Housing and Community Development Department's Home Buyer Subsidy Program, Down Payment Assistance Program, Rehabilitation Program practices and processes.
Mr. Welcher.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, other members of the commission. This item before you just really speaks to our process in dealing with 3 of our programs, 2 programs that deal and focus around home ownership, and 1 that focuses around what I call helping the little Miss Mabel of the neighborhood, basically our seniors. Our home buyer subsidy, our down payment assistance, and our emergency rehab programs. And the reason we're bringing this to you today is not to sort of highlight and give you an overview of the programs, but to really speak to the time sensitivity. Our top 2 programs, home buyer subsidy, basically we work through our nonprofit community housing development organizations, and for persons buying homes through partnership with them, they're able to get $25,000 for down payment closing costs. Simultaneously, our down payment assistance program allots $5,000 to an eligible home buyer who's buying a house anywhere in Augusta, Richmond County. Third but not least, our emergency rehab program is a program really which focuses on our seniors. They're not necessarily looking to buy new homes, but they are looking to sort of bring their homes up to standard day codes. So with that, we have a program where we're able to give them up to $35,000. The issue that we are having at HCD is the fact, it's just the timeliness of it. When we have persons or potential buyers who come through our program and they're looking to buy homes, this time sensitive. You know, they've been given a financial commitment from a bank of 30 days. Sometimes they have an interest rate lock of 25 to 30 days. Simultaneously, when we work helping the little Miss Mabels of Augusta, Richmond County, from a rehab standpoint, there may be a hole in the roof or there may be some substandard flooring. So understanding this, and it's not to point anybody out, but it's just to say when we look at these three programs, and what happens is it brings on just from, you can't escape the timeliness of it. You know, you look at, you know, the first two lines. From the time that we receive information, ACD has to document that information. We have to interview the homeowners. We have to go out and do inspections. So to make a long story short, the timeliness of these programs, in our opinion, is doing nothing but hurting the potential homeowners who are buying homes and or hurting those seniors who really need the services. So we're coming before you today and just asking you to move forward with this recommended motion to allow the administrator to execute all home buyer subsidy, down payment assistance, and emergency rehab requests within the administrator's threshold of $25,000, with the exception of rehabs up to $35,000. And we're only speaking to these three programs. Everything else that ACD does from an activity standpoint will be brought back through the commission through the normal committee commission cycle.
Let me for clarity here, we say exception of rehab up to $35,000 maximum. That's a non-starter for me on a personal level because the administrators is $25,000.
Yes, sir.
But the administrators, give us your take on the ask that you hear being asked.
Listen, I generally try to support staff, and so I don't think that this is an outrageous ask because the commission has provided the authority to execute up to $25,000. I think the challenge that I have seen and that we're eagerly or expeditiously trying to correct is that if you were to give us this type of authority, making sure that we provide the appropriate updates to the commission, because it is more than reasonable to expect that if there were 6 of these items that occurred within a month, the commission should know about those items in a timely fashion. And so that coordination has not occurred. So the commission doesn't receive a normal administrator's report and things of that nature where you have a repository of these activities. And so I think it is fair and reasonable request from staff, but I think it then puts the onus on us to report in a timely manner these activities. And so if you were to approve it, I think you should put the onus on us to report on those things on a monthly basis in real time at every commission meeting that is related to it.
Okay, so let me say one thing, Commissioner Bobby, before I go to you. I said non-starter because the 35, meaning that the 35 is I won't entertain that because the administrator is not 35, it's 25. But we can get back to that. Commissioner Bobby Williams, go ahead.
Okay, well, let me ask you, so do you have a problem with the 35?
I did because the administrative threshold is 25.
They're asking for an exception with rehab.
So I don't think I would do that as well, only because, you know, if it creates challenges. So the threshold is 25,000. You're creating an exception. Somebody's got to track it, record it, document it. If it's over the 25,000, then you simply bring it back to the commission. And if time is of the essence, I think that the commission has shown that they understand timeliness and are, you know, willing to approve emergency or time-sensitive action. So,
okay, so let me ask. So if we don't approve this today, Mr. Welcher, so each time you want to do 35, you just have to bring it back to the commission.
I have no problem with that, sir.
Okay, I mean, I hate to beat the administrator over the head. Okay, all right.
Can I get a motion from you?
Well,
go ahead.
If we're not going to do the 35,
Ma'am,
we don't need a motion, do we?
Okay, let me get to Commissioner Clark for next then first. I'm sorry, Commissioner Clark. I'm sorry. Hold on.
Thank you.
So we're not going to do. If we're not going to do 35, we don't need a motion, do we?
Yes, you can rule that. You can just say you can do the 25 and don't worry about the 35. So you're not approving the 35.
Okay, so I make a motion that we do the 25.
Second, Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, I just got one quick question. How does someone qualify for emergency rehab assistance And the reason why I'm asking this is the last time that this came up, it was 4 houses that was requesting this. And I happened to look at the houses, and I'm going, a couple of the houses look pretty good with manicured lawns and, you know, manicured bushes, and the outside looked pretty good. I mean, what's going on in the inside? How does someone qualify for that?
So, Mr. Commissioner, I think that the first thing is a person qualifies from an income perspective. So our programs are geared to help those persons who are 80% of the area median income or below, which basically means for a one-person household, you're talking about a person who makes right $35,000 a year or less. Our rehab program typically, even though it's income driven, really focuses for the most part on our seniors, who for the most part are below that $35,000 cap. Secondly, from a homeowner rehab and or emergency rehab perspective, or from a weatherization perspective and or from an ADA perspective, all of those things constitute rehab. When we look at it, it's not to the liking. It's not a renovation program. It's not a restoration program, but it is a rehabilitation program that only focuses on those code items, health and code items. So typically the way we get to the number is not a wish list from the homeowner. We have trained homeowner inspectors who go from the front door to the back door, and they write down everything that it's going to take to bring the house up to code. So that's how we come up with that anticipated number. From that number, internal number that we have, then we move to sort of bid it out. We bid it out to our reputable general contractors, approved contractors. And typically, we want to make sure that their bid numbers are within a certain variance of our number. That way, we know that we are in accordance to be able to move forward.
If I can follow up.
Yes, go ahead.
But how do you determine who is going to get this? Do they make a request, or how does this happen?
It's on a first come, first served basis, sir. And we also have a waiting list.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Ms. Bonner?
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to take a personal privilege to ask the HCD director to please review his process example, because the clerk's office takes extreme exception to the timeline that the clerk's office receives it from the mayor's office, where it gets back to your office, that those numbers are a little skewed there. And if you need be, we have the documentation to support this is not accurate.
Yes, ma'am.
And because it's a part of the public record, that's why I'm taking the opportunity to ask for a correction.
Yes, ma'am. We can provide that.
Is that it, Ms. Bonner? You need anything
Yes,
else?
sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So we making the motion to deal with the administrator with the 25,000, right, Commissioner Bobby Williams?
Yes, sir.
And you had a second, right, Ms. Bonner?
Yes, sir. You.
Voting.
It's unanimous.
Item number 8, Ms. Bonner.
Item number 8 is administrative update in response to commission inquiries related to maintaining the grounds of public common areas, parks, facility maintenance, as well as general operations of the aquatic center.
Mr. Administrator, do us a favor in your presentation. Make sure at the time, and you're probably going to do that, so I'm just saying it for the record. You stop before you go in the aquatic center and distinctly section that out so you can have that conversation.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you.
So I'll be very quick. I think some of the aquatic stuff is first, so
Okay.
I'll go over it quickly. And if you like, I can pause or come back.
No,
to
you can
it.
start wherever you want. I just want to make sure there be a distinction between the two because
Oh, got it.
my
Yes,
colleague
sir.
had that on the agenda. He's asking for contracting that service
right.
out, so we want to be very clear about what's being done about that.
Absolutely, yes,
So to
sir. I'll
address
make
that.
sure to do that.
And if you need some help, I guess from Commission, Directive Dow.
That's right. So
Scott
we'll go through this. I'll go through it quickly, but I will make sure to hit on that point and some of the others. There was a lot of conversation at, I believe, the most recent committee meeting just about how we maintain our grounds, how we plan to improve it, but also what issues exist and how we'll be addressing them. And so today we're just highlighting Parks and Recreation, what has occurred in the Augusta Municipal Building, which I believe the commission is aware of, but for the edification of the public, since it was a public conversation, we'll revisit that, and then how we plan to maintain and ensure that our downtown is beautiful and what is expected of the Garden City. As you know, Augusta Parks and Recreation has over 60 park sites with over 1,500 acres of land. Here we go. And as such, is one of our most important assets exist. As you know, the Augusta Aquatic System has center has had some changes recently. So we just wanted to make sure we highlighted some of those because we've seen some of the public reports, but we want to make sure the commission has all of the detailed information. So we did recently accept the resignation of our aquatics manager, who was a certified pool operator, which is required here in Georgia, but we are very well positioned to continue that service and really enhance the services that our residents are receiving. So right now we've got a former aquatics manager for the Augusta Parks and Recreation Department serving as the interim manager. We've got an employee of the Risk Management Division who was actually originally in Parks, who's serving as our CPO. So we are in line with state law there. That's the interim, which is required. I got a typo here, but by the Georgia Department of Public Health. We're working with the Human Resources Department, who's shown that they can fill positions quickly, and so we're in line to actually fill that position on a permanent basis. And I think to the credit of our department director, has taken the steps to ensure that we've kind of got people who are cross-trained and prepared. So now, as of September 2nd, here in a few days, we'll have 6 employees who will be going through the appropriate training to be certified as CPOs. So we won't just have one CPO, we'll technically have 7, 6 as well as the one who is currently certified. So we've made sure to step that up on behalf of the commission and our residents. In addition to that, there were some things that we didn't get to talk about at the previous meeting that have been ongoing activities. I think, it's been a little eye-opening to learn some of these things. I guess I'm not a newbie anymore. Once you get past your first 2 weeks, you're a vet in Augusta, but learning about some of the lighting, dehumidification systems and the training that is required to coordinate these activities. And so our staff has kind of worked with Central Services to replace the lighting. I think folks have commented about that publicly. So we've got a lot of those things resolved, but we do have to work with our vendors to make sure some of those long-term roof leaks and window replacements occur within a very short time period. So we've got orders in on those, and we are moving forward in that area. The dehumidification system is one that I think I got an email today that was forwarded to me about some of the challenges there, which has been, almost a 5-year problem from my understanding. And so the director and our team got with the installers of the dehumidification system, as well as folks who are looking at our boiler systems to troubleshoot the system. And what we have learned is that there just has been some poor and gross negligence of maintaining that system for quite some time. And so we are addressing that within budget now, using emergency funding to try to rectify that issue. And I'll talk about that here in a second. And to Mr. Clark's question, we are outsourcing those activities to make sure that the appropriate SMEs are not only assessing these items, but resolving them on our behalf. And I think the piece that I would, again, want to tip my hat to the director is we're making sure that all of those CPOs receive training on the system and are able to manage the ongoing maintenance requirements so that we're reporting back to the SMEs and they're attached to the hip with us so that we don't have these types of negligent problems anymore. So because of that, though, if you go back to that issue that we discovered, and I'll just be frank with you because I wasn't here when things went wrong, and neither were most of these folks. You know, we've had a lot of closures and kind of piecemealing our repairs related to those issues. And so to make sure that it is actually repaired and done right, the aquatic center is closed for maintenance. Now that has happened at 1 and 2 day intervals over the last 5 years repeatedly, and then a couple of months later you see these same systems break down and our residents don't have access. By September 13th, and I will say give or take a day because some of the parts we were notified were on back order, but our target date is as of September 13th, those issues would be rectified and people will have access to that facility. And so in addition to that, there are a lot of challenges around the facilities that have been identified. And so the public spaces provision that I gave the commission an update on the 21st of July, we are looking at that provision in American Rescue Plan to see if our park spaces qualify to receive some of those American Rescue Plan funds to be able to update those. It was the language is fairly unclear, and many municipalities are looking to make sure that we can use those funds in that way, but we are also looking at that. But in short term, we believe that we would have rectified those issues in lieu of having our staff maintain those facilities. In the short term, we brought in some SMEs. I actually received, I believe, an 8 to 12 page report on the issues that we will be rectifying, and we believe those will be resolved by September 13th, where we can reopen and provide access to our public.
Excuse me, let me stop right there for a minute.
Yes,
okay,
sir.
go ahead. About with that.
You said do continue?
I wanted to stop about the aquatic center.
Yes, sir.
Does something go beyond this?
Well, just this last piece
Go ahead with that
is
and
just
go-
to
and start-
highlight,
hold
which
up on that
again, I
point.
think the commission knows, but the public doesn't know. There was a lot of conversation about us potentially not working with ASL or, you know, some challenges around there. And I'll tell you, I think we had a very productive, easy, streamlined negotiation with our partners there. And we, as you took action today, resolve that issue, and we won't have to revisit it until December 31st of 2022. So we're really excited about that. Even more so, what most folks don't know is that because of the leadership of our staff, we now will receive cost-free swimming instruction for Richmond County youth who access that center. That's a very big deal. I'd like to give kudos to Commissioner Clark on that, as he kind of highlighted the need for instruction around swimming and the drownings and things of that nature. So we believe through this agreement, we'll be able to take a big step up to resolve that. And so that's the piece on the aquatic center, and I'll pause, Commissioner or Chairman, if you wanted to talk about that.
Yes, I'm going to go to my colleague first, Commissioner Clark.
I will say, well done. I talked with Dr. Rebecca Harper, and she was happy and satisfied with the negotiations that you both, you know, followed through with, and I appreciate that as well as the rest of us. We appreciate that greatly. We also appreciate the fact that y'all are getting these issues taken care of, and we're moving forward with the swimming and water safety instruction for the youth of Augusta. So on behalf of myself and the rest of us, just thank y'all so much for moving forward with this. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Minister, you can continue.
All righty. I think what I would also, as we move to parks maintenance, because parks is one of it, but our maintenance is kind of all over the place, kind of spread out. So we'll talk about those things. But as we look at just just as we move forward, and I think I had a chance to say this to the commission during my interview, is that, listen, when we mess up, we fess up, but we just ask for an opportunity to correct these problems. And so you'll see that our dynamic staff has really been moving very quickly to make sure we resolve some of these issues. And so our Parks and Recreation Department, as you know, the public may not, we partner with the Richmond County Correctional Institution with Warren Joseph over there, who's been a great partner to make sure that we're landscaping parks, cemeteries, roadways, and community centers. COVID has put a few challenges on that, and so I think we've seen that with the manpower that we're lacking related to being able to resolve some of these problems. So some people will look at that as a good thing. Less people are getting locked up and involved in that system, but it means that there are less people who are able to kind of support us there. At the same time, we've had some equipment challenges, and so we've now ordered some new equipment to make sure that we've been able to resolve those issues, and we'll be providing those landscaping duties. But the one thing that I want to make sure both the public and the commission understands is that the piece that Parks and Recreation actually oversees is simply the Riverwalk, Broad Street, the Old Government House, and Cedar Grove Cemetery. What you will see, and I'll move on to the municipal building, Central Services actually manages this piece. So this is actually not coordinated or managed by Parks at all, even though I believe that was the thought at our last meeting. And so that challenge that we had, and you know, I won't call out any vendor by name, but we were public that we changed vendors, and I don't know the gentleman's name. I think it's Mr. Escola or whatever from the news media, but he highlighted the other day that our grounds look a lot better. That's because we actually changed vendors to make sure that we are delivering the level of service necessary. And so since we contract that service out, we are at the mercy of those vendors to deliver the service that we expect. And to Director Dowse's credit, even before that meeting, when she noticed that we were not getting the service level, we actually made a change in partnership with procurement, and now our grounds look a lot better. Now that contract actually ends on December 31st, and so we're in the process of rebidding it because we can't even just give it to this new vendor who's doing a good job. We've got to make sure we procure it appropriately. So that's in process and will be coming to the commission shortly. As we look at beautifying our downtown, this is where the confusion comes in. And so we have a short-term plan to resolve these issues now, but we really will need to resolve it during the budget process when we consolidate, you know, who will be delivering those services. Right now, Parks and Recreation, Environmental Services, Engineering, Central Services, and Utilities all have a piece in managing our downtown. And so as you can see, that is extremely confusing. But with the resources that we have today and without creating some pull the Band-Aid off solution, we have identified who will be delivering what service. So for Parks and Recreation, they will mow all turf areas. They're managing our irrigation. They also are managing landscape maintenance, in-cap granite capstone maintenance, cleaning all of the bathrooms, emptying the trash, graffiti removal, and keeping the debris off of roadways. Environmental Services is managing our litter collection, trash collection, residential and commercial locations downtown, and ensuring that the sidewalk trash receptacles are maintained appropriately. I won't highlight what each one does, but as you see through the presentation, we have delineated that work down to the most minute detail, and beginning this upcoming week, they all have assignments and will be delivering this service to make sure that we're maintaining until we can get through the end of the year. And we'll also be doing this with existing resources. Now, what we are trying to do is make sure that we are appropriately responding to the pandemic as well. And so one of the biggest challenges is that folks have been cooped up in the house. We've got more illegal dumping and folks not being able to get rid of their bulk trash. And so under our new environmental services leader, Director Stayer, he has presented an Augusta bulk trash day so that our residents can get rid of their trash at no charge to them and help us curb some of that illegal dumping from folks who have no other way to get rid of it out of their home. And so we are proposing October 23rd from 8 a.m. to noon at the Augusta landfill, where Richmond County residents have no fee and they're able to dump those unwanted items, which we think is just a very big deal and should help us eliminate or at least mitigate some of our trash issues. Residential customers will be able to dispose large items like garbage, yard waste, tires, certain electrical items, but they will be required to show proof of residency because this is a benefit for Richmond County residents. We won't be able to take liquids and hazardous waste for some of the environmental reasons that you are aware of, but we have already done this within budget and we believe we can take care of it for $20,000 or less, and we will come forward with additional solutions along the way. But I think today's report is just last week we had the comments from the commission. I think we heard those loud and clear, and while we had some things already on track, we just want to make it clear that we always respond quickly to the commission and our general public, and this is our public explanation of how we will move forward. And if there are recommendations from the commission or further directives, we'll take them at this time. Otherwise, we would proceed with this plan. Of course, if it needs to go to the commission for further discussion, we would do that as well, but this is how we are resolving these issues in real time.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Quick question. In terms of all of those different departments, what you got right, you've outlined them as of what they're doing currently. Do you foresee all of that workload staying in the same places moving forward in January?
No, sir.
Or are you planning to streamline all of that?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. But again, it would be a catastrophe. It would probably be worse for our residents if we tried to change it right now.
Right.
So it's better to align which departments will do what, manage the process, and try to keep it as quality of a service as possible until we can get it right in the new budget.
One more question before I go to you, Commissioner Franklin. The other day, one of myself and my colleague, Commissioner Scott in particular, we were discussing the issue about an emergency cleanup across the city, to procuring that service out. Is that something that you're looking at doing just to get us to a status and try to maintain that status?
Absolutely.
And how far are we from doing that?
Yes, sir. So I would tell you, I think you heard from Director Williams, we've been hearing that the new rules for the American Rescue Plan would come out shortly after the Labor Day holiday. And so we are already kind of gearing up and have our plan together, but we do need that green check box to know that we can use those funds for that. If that is the case, we would ask you to allow an emergency procurement, ask the full commission for that. It would be a part of our plan, and we would get on it immediately.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Franklin?
Thank you. I also heard more money's coming too.
I hope so.
That's what I heard yesterday, actually, from an elected official.
So.
My question was on the 23rd, is there any way that we can go into the community a little bit more with that instead of having to go to the landfill? Like, is there any solutions? And the reason I say that is because some people can't get all the way to the landfill. Some people, you know, where they live, they don't have transportation. Is there a way to put cans, put a truck? They're at like their community centers from 9 to 12, and like they have the truck there. Like, is there any solutions like that?
So part of the reason we're looking at October for it is because by that time we would have the info from the American Rescue Plan and we can merge those together. So I would say for this standalone in budget activity, there's currently not, but we are planning for that. I just wouldn't talk about it publicly because we'd be fumbling not having all of the information.
So you're saying that there could be, or there probably will be, additional drop locations or whatnot for that 23rd?
It likely will be. It's just a little too early to put that out in the community yet when we don't know the extent of how we can use those funds appropriately.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I get a motion to receive this information?
Second.
Voting, Ms. Bonner.
Yes, sir.
Got one more leg, one more. Y'all need to wake up now.
It's unanimous.
Ms. Bonner, we're in engineering services. We got any addition or deletions?
Well, let's close this one out officially.
All right. You say you can't train. Now we'll know in a minute.
Okay, let's see. Get the frog out my throat.
Consent when you get a chance.
Let me say before you get started, sir, and I'll defer to the administrator on this.
Okay.
Okay, we're gonna get. I'm just asking. Yeah, I'm just gonna ask him a question. Are they in the back?
Yes, engineering service.
Hassan, Jordan, Mr.
Yeah, that's what we're gonna be trying.
Jordan, did he go in the back?
We're gonna be trying.
He left? Mr. Chairman.
Yes, ma'am.
Could you check with Mr. Johnson to see if he's still in the building, or is he?
Jordan?
Yes, Jordan Johnson.
I think he's gone. I saw him need to walk down.
Well, you don't have a quorum.
Ma'am?
There's not a quorum present.
Okay, all right. Well,
Yes, sir. Mr. Garrett is out and Mr. Johnson is out, so that kind of leaves us with no
okay,
quorum.
all right. Yes, sir.
We don't have a quorum.
Yes, if they just
Appreciate that, Mr. Bifford.
Oh, no. Mrs. Bonner.
Yes, sir. Yes,
I just
ma'am.
wanted to say
I'm sorry.
something. I wanted to acknowledge Mr. Oliver and thank him for sitting through this. He had something on engineering, but I just wanted to thank him publicly for coming down. I apologize that we don't have one. No.
Well, let's see.
Can he do his presentation by chance?
I'll defer to
Yes.
to the chairman as well as
Thank
the attorney to see if that would be permissible. There could be no action.
We just can't take no actions on them.
We couldn't
Yes.
take any action on it.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Attorney,
Just-
we got a gentleman has been sitting here ever since we've been here. Mr. Oliver is the top item there. We know we can't take any action on it, but could we hear from him and also allow the staff to give a response to what his concerns are? Whatever you say.
I do not think that would be appropriate.
Okay.
So do we move all of these to the full commission?
Yes, ma'am, we do.
Okay, along with Mr. Oliver.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And Mr.
Sorry
Chair.
about that, Mr. Oliver. I didn't realize I lost my quorum. Guess they had enough of me.
Mr.
this Monday.
Administrator, item
get our
number
pictures.
6 and 15, are those going to be two items, or are they still going to be
6 and
signatory, or?
I was going
Number
to be
6
consolidating
and-
those items, Ms.
and
Bonner.
15.
That
Oh,
was-
okay.
That was going to be my intent, consolidate 16 and 15.
Okay.
Oh, got it. Yeah, I would actually say that you could remove, it was an unintentional duplicate. The commissioner put on the same item, although I think because of the absence, he was working with us to put it on as well. So it's literally the same item.
So-
you can delete the one from staff and
Oh, okay.
do the one from the commissioner.
Okay, so that will be item number 15 from staff.
Ms. Bonner.
Yeah. We'll delete that.
Ms. Bonner, excuse me.
Yes, sir.
I think, Mr. Minister, I think you need to look at them. I think there's a little different, unless it's just written different. One of them is talking about credit at a CNG station. Another is talking about employees and stuff that's working during the COVID. The other one is talking about the extending of the contract. So they do have a little difference there.
Well, if anything, I would combine them, but
Okay,
I'm
okay,
fairly certain that after speaking to Commissioner Garrett,
yeah,
they were addressing the same thing, but if anything, if you combine them, they would still be.
okay. That's the thing, yes, okay.
So we'll combine them on
All
the
right.
safe side.
Does that conclude our meeting for the day? Thank you.